Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom. To love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Muslim nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree, we all. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 I rule my Dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Yes, Egyptian fits my description. Yes, I'm training hard for the mission. Yes, I'm a country boy from the south, and I'ma say knock you out in the ring like. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, what do you say? Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo, hey yo. Somebody wanna y'all see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that y'all see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of a warrior, I yes, I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will stand strong.
All right, fam. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is March 2nd. We have a great show planned for you. Oh, we're actually on episode 8. We're actually on episode 8 of our series, Universal Language, Codes, and Symbols. So if this is your first time joining us, welcome. But I also highly suggest that you go back and watch the earlier episodes. Child, I didn't even pull up my doggone lecture thingy. I'm getting there. But anyhow, I highly encourage you to go back and watch the earlier episodes. We got into universal laws. We kind of went over some of the core laws, which are karma, the law of polarity. We got into binary codes, numerology, the flower of life, etc. So the purpose of this series, what I want to get out of this series is to introduce the family to metaphysics if you've never been introduced or exposed to metaphysics. And also just kind of making you aware of how the universe really, really works from a metaphysics standpoint. Okay. So if this is your first time joining us, I highly encourage you to go back and watch some of the earlier episodes. We're definitely going to get into some things tonight again. We do have a lot of follow-up, so be patient with us. I do have a lot of follow-ups that I need to go over with the family, and then we'll get into the lecture. So before I get started, let me go ahead. First, let me hit record, because I'd be the main one with an attitude if something happens. So
recording in progress.
So before I bring on Sis Sandra, let me just send a shout out to the YouTube family chat. A shout out to Think in G Caps. A shout out to Brother Orlando. Shout out to Brother Lance. A shout out to Sis Stephanie. Shout out to Sis Divinity. Shout out to Sis RDT. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Mindset. Shout out to Tracy. Shout out to Sis Sandra in the house. Shout out to DJ ZPE. I think I got everybody. Shout out to Sis Alicia. I think I got you, sis, but I can't remember. And shout out to Indigenous American Leo. And then shout out to the YouTube family joining us. All right, so let me bring on Sis Sandra. All right, DJ ZPE, I'm gonna get you in a sec. Let me, because that comment, I like that comment. Let me bring on Sis Sandra. Let me see here. There you are. Peace and love, sis.
Hello.
Hey,
Peace and love to
you got
you.
something in your background. Is your TV on?
Oh, yeah. It is.
Okay, no worries.
I forgot.
No worries.
I was updating my mic. I couldn't catch it every time it showed, because it did it real quick. And I'm like,
yeah, no
but I caught it
worries.
today.
No
So-
worries. How are you, sis?
I'm good. I am really good. I'm preparing
Good.
myself, and I'm really good.
Good. Good to hear your voice.
Thank you. And how are you?
I'm good, girl. Hanging in there. I know Callie's been off the chain. I got weather report.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, because it was 70. Actually, it wound up being 73 here yesterday. And it wound up raining like later in the night. Well, 9 o'clock. No, I take that back. 7 o'clock. But child, I was up under the bed by 9. I was like, ooh, it's spring like and it's raining. I'm gonna I woke up 3 o'clock in the morning. So anyhow, yeah, I heard y'all got snow and everything. It was warmer here than there.
Well, we had hail here and yesterday something. I'm like, okay, this is really interesting. They said March is going to be bad too.
Child.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, girl. I'm just
My mic-
shaking my head. Yeah, your mic kind of got a little grobbly there.
Well, they said that the internet is unstable here. I have had trouble with this internet since before the balloons or during the balloons.
You have been kind of complaining about your internet for a minute.
Yeah, and I've been listening to things they don't want me to listen to, so they always buffering my internet. So I always have to restart programs over and over and over again, like it's gonna stop me from doing that.
Right, you gonna do what you gonna do? Right,
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. Yeah, exactly. So if I fall out, it's because they're messing with me.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Sis Alicia. Sis Alicia said, I heard it's lit in Ohio. Y'all got all kind of stuff going on, girl. Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Little air situation, child. I got an update on that too tonight. The little air situation with the train derailment. Yeah, it's off the chain here. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Your water wasn't tested before them idiots went over there and started drinking that stuff?
You mean when the governor and because it was the governor, he was the little short old white gentleman with the glasses.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, hit that cup like this. I was like, y'all trying to kill that damn man. Y'all know he too old to be sitting up there taking a chance with the rest of his little life with this tainted ass water.
Yeah, and they haven't tested it yet. I think the EPA guy was out just a couple of days ago, and that was early in the week.
Yeah, the black guy was the EPA guy.
Yeah, I know.
And I ain't trying to start nothing, but girl, he had a bald spot in the back of his motherfucking head, and I'm.
Well, people are starting to talk like Daffy Duck or something, or like they even sucked on the helium balloon or something.
Yeah, because now people are they're getting bronchitis.
Yeah,
and
they started talking like Daffy Duck.
Yeah,
Daffy Duck. And so I'm like, and they drank that water before it was even tested.
Child, I don't even drink the water out the faucet. Not too keen about, you got to wash your tail in this shit. So I can't even imagine, to be honest. I straight up really can't. Vice News, right before I jumped on the air, I saw that they did a little part of their investigative reporting. They put it out on YouTube. I don't know if they're going to do a full episode on it. But they went to the town hall meetings and interviewed a couple people. It's a mess, y'all. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And Norfolk Southern is having their people go out, because I got this off Vice News, to go to people's houses and test the poison levels to see if it's safe. So one lady was with them, and Vice News was recording it. So they had this little device kind of measuring the toxins in the air. And so the lady had on her mask, and soon as she opened the front door, she was like, "Don't y'all smell it?" And the testing people was like, not responding. So they hit their little reading stuff, and they're like, "Well, ma'am, the air is safe, blah, 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 blah." And the lady was looking at them like, and she told him, she said, "I don't believe you." So the lady didn't go back in her house and stay. She's still at a hotel about, she said about 20 miles from there. And Vice News was interviewing her, and she was saying how, because she only lives a mile from where the train derailed. And so she said when it derailed that night, it literally, that smell or whatever woke her up. And she said she heard her little boy in his room coughing and coughing and coughing. And she, went in his room, and he was like, "Mom, I don't feel good. My throat is burning. My nose is burning." And then that baby just started vomiting blood, just vomiting it up. So, she packed up everything and got them out of there. So I wouldn't go back to that shit if I was her either. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. Uh-oh, did you get knocked off, sis? Are you knocked off, or is it me knocked off? I think it's her. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. I think it's sis. So put a 1 in the chat if y'all can still hear me, or is it me that's knocked off? Maybe it's me. All right, let me type in the chat. Ain't nobody dropping no 1. Y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Da-da-da-da-da. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me see. I think it's Sis Sandra, but it could be me. Okay, y'all can hear me. Cool. Okay, thanks. Shout out to Indian Carter. Shout out to Sis Angela. All right, Sis Sandra, you gonna have to come on back in. Let's do this. This is what I had for y'all tonight. Sis Sandra is gonna come back in, I assume. This is what I found out. Thanks, beloved. Thank you. Child. Guess who owns part of Norfolk Southern?
Gates?
No. I'm finna bring it up. Okay, you back in, sis. Good.
Yeah, I hear.
Okay.
They had to reconnect they automatically reconnected me. The internet is acting up.
Oh, your internet. Girl, I had to wind up switching internet because my people had got so doggone ghetto. And they had the nerve, "Why you leaving?" Look, I'm not explaining the so-and-so thing to y'all. I'm out. And then after I left them about 2 months, one of their people had to wind up coming in my backyard to fix their raggedy line. So, girl.
Maybe. Well, as we were talking, you said somebody guess who owns it, part of it.
Yeah, I'm finna bring it up.
Southern.
Yeah. I want to bring it up on Zoom too, because I want to get disciplined and try to remember to
Soros.
BlackRock.
Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah. So woke. This is off of the OhioPressNetwork.com. Now, in that Vice video comment section, that's where I got this information. Somebody said, "Y'all know BlackRock is the owner, and it wouldn't surprise me that if that derailment was purposely to buy up that land around there." So the person in the comments claims, and I don't know this for sure. I don't know this for sure. I couldn't find anything on it. They claim that BlackRock was trying to buy a lot of that town's land, but was turned down. Now, I don't know that. I could not find the receipts on that. But the person in the comments section was right about BlackRock having ownership in Norfolk Southern. They own 6%. Now, I want y'all to remember when we did the drop.
Pesos.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimately, BlackRock.
It's Rothschild and stuff. It's just another.
Let me back
branch.
up. I'm trying to put it in a way that it'll make sense. So, the pesos, and shout out to 832 because he was the one that put me up on game on this. The pesos own most of the things over here from a corporation standpoint in the Americas. So we went through the list of things, and pretty much all utilities, all railroads, because to be honest, you could look at the railroad as a utility. They went over so much stuff. Banking, are owned by the pesos, which link back to the Kingdom of France. Okay, so even the name pesos were hired by the King of France. I think it was King Louis back up in the day to manage their holdings here in the Americas. Okay, the pesos hire the Rockefellers and all of these people that folks think are the movers and shakers. They were hired by the pesos. Okay, so they only have stock holdings in the things that people think that they own. Okay, so the big boss, big bank, is not the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and them. The pesos hired them to manage those particular estates and trust. You know, the holding companies, which rolls up to trust. But even the pesos answer to and were hired by the Kingdom of France. All right. So that was as of that information we went over.
Dollars.
That was as of in the 80s. That document was like 89, something like that. So based on that document, all of the large corporations, that peso structure that they have going on, owns good over 90% of the corporate assets here in America. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
What do you think about the fact that that's why all these countries are giving up all their money and tanks and all that kind of stuff to Ukraine? Because it's to me, it looks like, I guess, a Ponzi scheme in a way, and I don't think it's legit that this is really coming down like they say it is, because, you know, this country is almost bankrupt and other countries are contributing money too. So maybe the dividends of all the assets that the pesos had out is being collected.
So say that again. I'm trying to catch on. I'm sorry.
I know. Look at that. It keeps cutting me off.
No. You weren't cut off. I'm just trying to absorb what you were saying. Your connection was fine. I'm just trying to absorb what you were saying.
Yeah. So what if the pesos, you know, because they have to collect that money eventually, right? Because the countries can't keep their assets and all these.
Yeah, they're gonna run them their ends. Yes.
Yeah, they go running them ends, and see, Ukraine is collecting from many countries right now. Lex Will was reading a list of all the countries they're collecting from, and it's pretty much the whole world. And you know, and so it seems to me that the money, like the Pope has collected all his money according to Odell. He didn't put his in the Vatican. And I'm thinking, since you're talking about the pesos, it dawned on me they own most of everything, and even our houses. So they have to collect at some time, and I think they're collecting from all these countries all
Well,
over the world
they
now.
never stop collecting because the way those structures are set up I can only speak on the Paysor one. I can't speak on any of the other holding structures they have set up because let's keep it real. The Paysor is not the only one. It was just the one that was exposed, okay? And it's still not really exposed because it's not common wide knowledge. But that's a great example. The ends never stop flowing because when we looked at that Paysor's document, it showed where, let's say, Rockefeller, for example, they only owned like 1% of stuff. I'm using that as an example. It was a small percentage. I say no more than 10%. The rest of that rolls up to the trust, which ultimately rolls back to the crown. So it's almost like this situation here that we're about to go over with Norfolk Southern. Norfolk only gets 6% of the earnings off of this corporation, off of Norfolk. I'm sorry, BlackRock. That's what I'm trying to say. My bad. BlackRock only gets 6% out of this Norfolk Southern situation, and then the rest of the 94% rolls up to the ultimate owner of the company. So the ends never stop flowing. Now, my opinion with Ukraine, this is just Rhonda's opinion. I personally think it's a lot of money laundering going on.
Thank you.
That's just Rhonda's opinion.
I
don't have no proof. I don't have no proof.
Well, he is an actor.
Just smells money launderish.
And it smells real nasty. It's stinking to high heaven because they are saying all this is happening. And see what it is you can't do something if you don't have clean hands. And so Ukraine doesn't have clean hands.
They don't.
And Russia doesn't have clean hands.
Exactly.
So what's the in between that? Something's happening.
Yeah, it just smells money laundering-ish to me.
Lots of it from all over the world.
So it'll be interesting. Now I really need to check, and if I remember, I will do that to see if Ukraine has a central bank. Because if it doesn't have a central bank already, I guarantee you it shortly will. So that's the other possibility, if not both. But just in my opinion, it just smells money laundering-ish to me. But the other thing to always look at when you see these particular conflicts jumping off, look to see if that nation has a central bank. And just watch it, because if it doesn't have a central bank, it will have one shortly after the dust settles. Okay, so that's the other thing as well.
Well, the Rothschild's been linked to that situation via their Facebook. I got a text on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, And then the people in the Congress who is trying to keep the money flowing, they the elite of the bankers, like Romney's and
right. Well, all of them are on the payroll under the hand of these companies, because again, remember, and shout out to Brother Odell. Shout out to our brother from the UK.
Yeah, he did. He told it.
Yeah, he pretty much laid it out. So we know that even what we're calling the United States is really a corporation, and how that rolls up through the IMF and all of that stuff, and how the funds flow. So all of who we're calling the politicians, this, that, and the third, they work for a corporation. Right. So their allegiance is to the corporation, which is why every one of them have to take an oath to the office. That oath is to the corporation. Okay.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Janet, what is her name? The Treasury Secretary, Janet.
Yelling her ass, because this is her second go round. But yeah.
And she's saying to Ukraine, I think she went there, and we're going to give you the money. You don't have to worry about it. You're going to get it. So what does she have to do with that? You see, except for to launder the money out of this country. That's all they're doing.
Yeah, that is all they're doing. Like and then, let's see, this is where the go head on with the fuckery goes into place, because you gonna sit up here and tell me that I can't get a Tic Tac in this motherfucker. I mean, seriously. Let me like, nah, Rhonda, we not finna sponsor that pack of Tic Tac, that you want. Nah, you're not finna get that, okay?
App. Yeah, I know.
Right. You just gonna have to have a dry throat. Too damn bad. Go drink some water. But they're giving out money at the drop of a dime to these other nations. It just smells money laundering-ish to me. That's just my personal opinion. And the sad part about it, the American public is so
silly,
dumbed down. Let's just keep it real. They're so dumbed down that they're not outraged. And yet you have Joey B sitting up here having to fight people to wipe out these babies' college debt. And now they got it down to what, 20,000, but yet they can piss away millions with the blink of an eye, if not billions.
Well, the problem with him is he didn't even go to the Senate to get it. That's the ticket. He bypassed it. So he's acting more like a dictator instead of a president.
Right. And I'm not even saying that. My point being is
the money.
Exactly. And as we've always said here, you always follow the money. Always follow the money. They are this thing that they call a government, which is really a corporation. Okay. And these corporations are linked together, which makes an empire. They are the biggest pushers of dope and everything else.
They're the cartels.
Yeah, they're the godfather of godfathers.
Godfathers of the mafia.
Right.
Mafacito.
Shit.
And as
far as I'm concerned, the mafia rolls up to them. All right.
Well,
I ain't no proof on that, but shit, that's my story. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, you're right, because I heard a story out of Arizona that all of the people are paid off. The sheriffs, the police, the judges, and all that to work with the cartels. So I said, well, that ain't nothing surprising.
The Alphabet Boys and them got it on record that they be working for the mob, because ain't that how Kennedy got elected? That's how Kennedy got elected. Because the daddy, Joe, I think that was his name.
Yeah, cheated.
He was a bootlegger. So that was the dope boy back in the day. Shit, let's not try to pretty this shit up, because see, what I don't like is hypocrisy. Now I gotta call a spade, okay? Because when other ethnicities sling the dope and the alcohol and all of that, you want to give it a nice little name. Okay, but when you got a little hue or melanin in your skin,
you're in jail.
Right? Yeah, well, yeah, you going to jail. You gonna be the fall guy. I mean, ask Freeway Ricky Ross, the real Ricky Ross, not the rapper who stole that man's identity. The real Freeway Ricky Ross out of Los Angeles. Ask him who takes the fall. But my point being, damn it, when it's people with some melanin in their skin, oh, you a thug, you a this, you a that, you a this, but they not the biggest dope pushers. So yeah, I said it. Now I don't have no proof on it. I'm just basing it on how they been moving. Okay, now again, Kennedy got in office because his daddy, Kennedy's daddy, got his wealth as an alcohol runner. Okay, that was back when booze wasn't legal, so that means you were a dope pusher. Bottom line, shit, that's how that family got their wealth. Now they were able to keep their wealth all the way up to getting their quote child in the White House, which we already know that family had connections in the beginning to be sitting in that seat in the White House, which means if you had connections to begin with, you was allowed to sling your alcohol. So who you trying to fool around here? So when Kennedy ran for office, he was linked up with mob bosses. The daddy called on the mob bosses to get him in there. Okay? Mm-hmm. So that's just my logic, okay? And not to mention the story that Freeway Ricky Ross was involved in, who he was the only one that went to jail behind it. And if you want to know what I'm talking about, read the book Dark Alliance by Gary Webb, who just so happened coincidentally to shoot himself or take himself out, trying to get around the algorithms, take himself out.
That's probably what cut me off.
Couple of times in the head. I don't know how you do that once and then just continue to do it. But nonetheless, he was the one that broke the story on how deep that dope game ran and how crack cocaine got into the U.S. And he traced it all the way back up to the White House.
Of course he did.
So the dope was coming in through the military, and that ain't the first time we heard that. All right. So that's why I say what I say. They the biggest dope boys on the planet. Always have been. Because one thing about that empire, they gonna make their ends, baby. They don't care. You understand me? They'll make you think that it's about values, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, right. See, we remember how this wealth was built. It was always built on the backs of other people. It was always built on other folks' resources. Okay? So slanging ain't beyond them. They're the biggest ones, all right? So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it, okay? That's just my opinion.
No, you are correct, because I was listening to Lex Well, And he was have this list of all the countries that donated, and China's donating stuff probably from Africa. That when they go in there and get all that stuff out of these
Right.
different countries, they take it and donate it over there to Ukraine. That's what
Right.
they're doing.
Right. DJ ZPE says, yeah, where'd your comment go about, damn it. You talked about the opioid crisis in your comment, and now I don't see it. Yeah, the Oxycontin. Yeah, the Oxycontin, the FDA was warned years and years and years that them approving these Oxycontin thingamajigs is making addicts out of a bunch of people. And to the point, and matter of fact, Ohio and West Virginia, right on the border, that's how Ohio got involved, because Ohio is next door to West Virginia, were definitely hit very, very hard. And you can still see it today with that whole opioid, Oxycontin crisis. So if y'all want to know how that jumped off, that's on Hulu. Hulu has a series out. I think they put it out 2 years ago, probably now, called Dope Sick. And it shows you the beginning of the opioid crisis, how it got started, how the pharmaceuticals and the FDA was pretty much just giving them the go-ahead to keep up in the dosage, and got people literally strung out. Until this day, West Virginia and even Ohio are hit really, really bad with opioids. It's really bad here, y'all. Those of us that were in the 80s and the 90s, and you saw people strung out on crack, that's what you see here with opioids. Difference is from crack versus opioids. A lot of people are ODing on opioids. It's really, really bad here. People ODing in parks, with their babies in the car, and the babies wind up sitting in the car screaming to the top of their lungs. Parents dead from an overdose.
Oh wow!
It's very, very bad here. I was shocked. People walking on the street like zombies.
They got something out there now like that. Trope or something is called. I can't
Yeah,
remember.
child, I can't keep up with all of the drugs, child. I don't know all of the drugs. I just have to lump it up as opioid. It's definitely an opioid crisis here. You see people walking the streets like zombies. I was going to Whole Foods. Was that Sunday? Want to say Sunday. I think it was Sunday. So I'm in a left lane getting ready to turn on a little Whole Food street, which is like a kind of the mallish area and kind of upscale, middle class ish. I counted from the time I got ready to turn on to the actual Whole Food street. I counted like 4 homeless men, white men, with signs up for money. And that has become the norm here. It's bad here. It's really, the opioid crisis is really, really bad here. Like the middle class neighborhoods and the upper middle class neighborhoods, upscale white neighborhoods, are getting hit real, real bad. Their babies are ODing. Literally ODing. There's an outlet mall here, and that used to be like the middle to upper middle class homes, and it still is. but right a gas station by the outlet. I remember years ago, a coworker told me that don't go to that gas station. And I'm like, well, what's up with that gas station? And she was like, I got my purse snatched up there. I forgot if somebody snatched the purse or went in her car and got the little purse, this, that, and the third. And she said the cops came and told her, you don't need to be up here. We're up at this gas station 3-4 times a day because of robberies. And you never would have thought that in that particular area. So the impact of opioids that strictly came from the pharmaceuticals being allowed to keep upping the dosage on those Oxycontins, which got folks addicted to the opioids. And then when they couldn't afford the opioids anymore, they started going to heroin.
Yeah.
And West Virginia, y'all, oh my God. I had to go there a couple times for work-related stuff. And it'll break your heart. You're like, whoa. So, yeah, that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. They're the biggest dope pushers.
The pharmacies. Yeah, they gave me a lot of drugs, oxycodons. I said, well, I'll take them, but I'm not going to put one of those things in my mouth.
When I got my wisdom teeth taken out years ago, I forgot what the hell they gave me.
Probably Vicodin.
I don't know what it was.
It was years ago.
That first day I took one, I was so damn loopy that it scared me.
You couldn't walk up a step.
No, girl, I couldn't go nowhere. So that second, well, when that wore off, because that wisdom tooth, getting that shit taken out ain't no joke. But
no,
I just broke that shit in half. I'm like, I'm not taking that whole thing. I can't do it. So, once after, I think 2 days, either 2 or 3 days, I took it. But I broke the pill in half the dosage than what they were giving me.
I took my chances.
Okay, I understand. But yeah, I'm like, I can't do it. Girl, the way that shit had me feeling, I'm like, it scared the hell out of me. So
it's a bad feeling.
It is a bad feeling. So I threw that shit in the garbage, baby. Matter of fact, yeah, I threw it in the garbage because I was going to flush it down the toilet. Then I thought about, damn, that's going to make the fish high. So I wound up throwing that shit in the garbage. I said, baby, I can't do it. I cannot straight up do it. So, yeah, it's no joke. And in my opinion, they are the biggest dope pushers as far as I'm concerned. So sis Alicia said they gave me Vicodin when I had my back surgery. It ain't do nothing for me, but that Motrin will forever be the bestie. Oh, that girl, I was so damn.
Take me a Tylenol.
I'm assuming it was Vicodin. I don't know, child. Vicodin, Psychodin, Oxycontin died. And I don't know what the hell it was, but I'm like, I can't do this. And
now they're dealing with.
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. Now, I couldn't smoke no weed because that you can't have that smoke going down in that open wound. Because shit, I could have smoked weed, had a gummy, and been better off than that damn Vicodin. But go ahead, sis.
But now they have fentanyl, right?
Fentanyl. I don't even know how they mess with that.
That stuff comes from China. They know it's manufactured in China. They know that.
Girl, you bound to drop straight up dead from that.
Well, they gave me some in the ambulance. They did give me some in the ambulance. They said, well,
did you know they was giving? Wait. Child, they gave you what now in the end? You know, black people in the ambulance. What they give you in the ambulance?
They did. And I said, what? No, she said, it's not like the street drug. It's not like that. This is different. So they give a different quantity to the people on the street to kill them.
I thought that was ain't that the horse tranquilizer that killed Michael Jackson, or do I have that wrong?
No. That's no, God, that's the one I had from my surgery.
That's who, Brother Sean?
Trank. That's that stuff that got them like that in
The
Philadelphia.
zombies. The
Oh, the
zombies.
What?
Oh
Zon
yeah.
Chelsea. I can't
It's
keep up
Trank.
with that.
Okay. Oh
Shit.
man, they sitting on this benches. They ain't falling over. They
Shit.
sitting
What
on the
happened
benches.
just to weed and do
But
your
they
little
body
coke? And
part.
I can't even mess with no coke. I can't mess with none of that shit. But damn, what you say, Brother Sean?
Their limbs and stuff are deteriorating.
Oh,
It's
and now
killing their
that's
flesh.
animal tranquilizers. That's
Yeah,
animal
that's what I said.
tranquilizers.
That trank. Yeah, that horse
Yeah,
tranquilizer.
yeah, yeah.
That's
Trank.
what
Horse
That's what they
they
call it. Trank.
okay. Okay, to put the horses down for surgery or whatever the case may be.
Yeah. Yeah, the cartel and them is starting to lay some of everything with that, even weed. So you got
Yeah,
to
you
be
got to be
careful where you
careful
get
with
your
weed.
weed
I
from.
1000% agree.
And
Every
candy.
everything that they pushing, they putting that stuff on it.
Yep, they gave me there. They
And
gave it to me.
of course, we know who let them come over here and set up shop.
Absolutely.
This,
But they
that, or
want to
the
play
other.
crazy. Yeah.
That's all part of the depopulation program too that people ain't sitting up paying attention to. We just keep looking at one specific group or one
Right.
specific party to be the bad guys when they got the UN.
Mm-hmm.
This is a worldwide conglomeration
Right.
to take us down.
Right.
And until people realize that we are literally at war and we all we got,
Mm-hmm.
period. Because everybody from everywhere is profiting off of what's going on here.
Agreed.
If we don't stop this shit here, the world done fell. I mean, it's unfortunate, but considering we like throwing around terms like gods, goddesses, creators, creatresses,
Mm-hmm.
all this, that, or the other, and considering we claim everything started here, this, that, or the other, guess whose responsibility it is to clean this shit up?
Yep.
We the ones that shit get fucked up. If we're the creators and everything began with us, and it's our fault. Point blank, period. Because as we know, ain't none of these motherfuckers got no real power.
Right.
All their power comes from our consent and ignorance. When the fuck do we stand up? When the fuck do we man up?
Right.
I mean, we got to quit bitching and complaining and be that shit that we claim to be.
Mm-hmm.
If we run this shit, let's run it, goddammit.
Right.
Quit bullshitting.
Right.
Get your thumbs out your ass. Quit twerking. Quit being little bitches and moaning and complaining and expecting somebody to fucking take care of you when you supposed to be taking care of every motherfucking thing. Ain't a goddamn thing supposed to be going on down here without your permission.
Right. Your consent.
So if shit,
Yep.
right. So if shit going on, you fucking consent to it.
Yeah.
I digress.
No, very, very good. Okay, let me get to this article because we do have other stuff to go over. Couple of other follow-ups, and then we're gonna get into the lecture. So this is just an article talking about how BlackRock owns 6% of Norfolk Southern. BlackRock owns more than 6% of Norfolk Southern Railway, the huge railway company whose train derailed in East Palestine, Ohio on February 3rd, causing what many are describing as an ecological and health disaster for residents of Ohio and nearby Pennsylvania. So they report as of February 16th, BlackRock owns 6.8%. So you might as well say 7%, but whatever. as the Ohio Press Network, the Ohio Star, the Star News Network, Fox News, damn, all of them, Norfolk Southern has come under withering criticism for its handling of the February 3rd train derailment and aftermath. BlackRock and its CEO, Larry Fink. And remember, Larry was also president over at Vanguard. And I looked up the investors in Norfolk, and Vanguard is also an investor. I think they have like 4%. But anyhow, BlackRock and its CEO, Larry Fink, have become well known in recent years for pressuring executives in publicly traded companies in which it invests to comply with the Environment Social Governance Standard, which many critics have described as overwrought with coercive left-wing political correctness. He is the last person that should be talking about anything as much wealth that he didn't piss down a drain. But that just goes to show you how they keep their people pretty much working. Their boys now. Anyhow, on Thursday morning, the Ohio Star asked the communication team at BlackRock if the management team at Norfolk has handled the February 3rd train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, in a manner that is consistent with the ESG, which that's that Environment and Social Governance standards. As of the publication of this story, BlackRock has not responded. I bet you they didn't. The controversy surrounding the train derailment escalated when, at the recommendation of Norfolk, Governor Mike DeWine, Republican, ordered a controlled burn. Now, I don't know, Governor DeWine, I don't know why you did that. Because you should have let somebody else make that call. Unless that's dumbass. Because I guess you was told to do that. Because I wouldn't have made that call. Not me personally. I've been like, EPA, you better get your motherfucking monk ass out here.
Well, he threw them under the bus immediately afterwards.
After he ordered the control burn.
After they did, he explicitly said no. That the EPA, Norfolk and them, they the ones that said it was a controlled burn, and Joe Biden went along with it too.
Okay, all right. So I don't know, Dwayne, your name all up in the mix, but that was not a good. That's not good to have your name associated with that controlled burn. So the controlled burn of vinyl chloride in 5 carriages of the derailed train on February 6th. The resulting plume of smoke spread over East Palestine and neighboring Pennsylvania. That's why that shit is stupid to me. That just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It don't make sense.
Think about the script.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. On Tuesday, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
They desperate. The gig is up. They got to pull out all the stops.
Yeah. Yeah, and you notice, Brother Sean, I don't know if it was raining really heavy there in East Palestine, but we've been getting a lot of rain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I wonder if now if they trying to wash that crap away. But nonetheless, on Tuesday, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro issued a scathing letter to Alan Shaw, CEO of Norfolk, for his failure to consider alternatives to the February 6th control burn. Now, see what you not finna sit up here and convince me. Norfolk is a railroad company. I'm pretty sure have procedures in place for derailments. I'm pretty sure they have procedures in place for chemical derailments. So you're not finna sit up here and tell me that in those procedures, it was to burn off toxic chemicals.
No, it wasn't.
That math don't math for me.
They even tried to blame the fire marshal thing, the firemen. But the thing is, the EPA was the only one authorized to give the okay.
And Tom in the comments saying he said he heard that the EPA said they didn't give him permission to do anything.
That's right.
Hey, sis, but the thing is, their sensors on those wheels, they knew that thing was on fire for a long time because they've shown videos.
20 miles. 20 miles.
They've shown videos from other people and other stations that show the train going by and that particular car is on fire.
Oh, that's some bull crap now. Come on.
They say
it was 20 miles.
They said it was nothing in there that was leaking that could cause the fire. And some experts were saying from the readings of the sensors that wasn't hot enough for that to catch on fire like that. It had to be some type of it had to be done externally. Somebody said that deliberately, allegedly, supposedly.
Tom says EPA did not order the control burn. The local fire chief was the incident commander who made the decision in consultation with Norfolk, local law enforcement, and response officials. I don't even know how they had the authority to do that.
They don't.
That just makes no sense to me.
They had dead deer about 50 yards from the river over in what's the next Philadelphia?
Yeah, 50, not Philly, Pittsburgh. Yeah. Girl, they was showing the water on the little Vice News situation, girl. Why the water had film on top of it, and they sitting up here for this doggone press release claiming that they drinking up out of that sink. If they don't go head on with the foolishness, they better.
It's a lot of farmland over there also.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a wrap for that farmland. They ain't going to be able to grow nothing up out of there.
That's the point, I think.
People over there sick.
Yeah.
All type of stuff. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, it is bad. I really feel bad for those people, and they're probably going to have to leave up out of that area. This is just my guesstimation. I think it's going to be eminent domain, and they're going to have to come through and buy them people out. That's just my prediction.
Wow.
And it's messed up, but if I was the people, I would want my ends ran, and I want them ran post pre. I want the value of my land in this home, this, that, and the third, before this doggone chemical breakdown. Run me my ends, go on and buy me on out. Y'all can have this. I'm out of here because I would never feel safe there again.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
It was a train derailment in Florida and also a chemical plant at some.
Yes, I heard about Texas too.
Yeah, in Florida too.
Yeah, something is up
in
now.
Arizona. It's over 1,000 already.
It's all Norfolk.
Yeah, and come on now. That's too much of that. Okay. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Now you got to look at something else. It's been rumored that Biden gave the go ahead to take out the Nord Stream pipeline. That's Russia, right? Mm-hmm. So I saw a video of, since they did that, how many things of ours have been blown up incidentally. So because Russia said they were going to get back at folks for blowing up that pipeline.
I don't think it has nothing to do with that. I think
No,
it's
but
bigger.
I mean,
I think
it's way bigger than that. but
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying,
I hear what you're saying. I think this is
we're already in war with these people.
no. I think it's bigger than that. I want you to think in terms of reset.
Yeah.
Because actually, they approved that for Russia. He shut down the North American pipeline.
Yeah, he did.
Now, as far as that little fiasco with that over there in the water, this, that, or the other,
Mm-hmm.
how do we know that's just not to destroy the water quality, or it's part of the terraforming, part of the reset?
That's what I'm thinking, brother Sean. I think it's
I think it's all of it.
I think it's some reset stuff going on, moving people off the land. Because remember, I've been telling y'all I've been feeling that way about Cali for some years. They trying to get people out of certain parts of Cali. I just think it's reset time to shift the population to different places.
I've been here all my life since I was a little girl, and I have never, ever seen snow in California like this. Rain?
Yeah.
Yes. Snow? No. Blizzards? No. What do they call hell, tornado, whatever, storms and stuff? I'm like, no. So
They're
I'm like,
desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're desperate. They play the game like they really at war with each other, but they really ain't.
They're
That's
not.
all
Exactly.
fair.
It's the same empire.
They
Yeah.
just trying to keep us bamboozled.
Right.
I mean, okay, some shit is going on amongst them because certain motherfuckers tired of other motherfuckers
Right.
being on top.
Right.
They're like, it's my turn, goddammit. You
Right.
had
Go on
your
and sit
time.
down somewhere. Right.
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 Y'all fuck shit up, so
Right.
now it's our time. But thing is, we have to determine who motherfucking time it is.
Exactly. That I 1000% agree on. And we have to, this is just my opinion, we have to call it out from an energy perspective to let them know we see you. We see what you're trying to do, and you think that you're going to skirt around karma, and it don't work that way. Ain't nobody consented for you doing any of what you're doing as far as your resets, and definitely putting people at harm.
Yeah,
So
it's a lot of
if
it.
not, if you, I'll put it this way. If y'all did play shenanigans with this doggone train derailment situation, you gonna get yours. You gonna get yours. So I don't care what type of rituals you think you doing from escaping what you put out. It's not gonna work. Because you cause harm to people and you have to answer for that. So ain't nobody missed a doggone thing, okay? We know exactly what you're doing and you're going to have to answer for that. All right, so let me get through this article real quick. So this is the North of BlackRock owning 6% of it. And they don't have no doggone comment on how this situation was handled. And it says when the burn took place on February 6th, Shapiro, now you need your ass whooped. Y'all see this shit? Governor Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, Democrat, you piece of shit. You gonna talking about it was successful. Y'all see this bullshit? See, this be the bullshit and the fuckery I be talking about. Y'all not finna get away with this shit. If it's so goddamn successful, you pick your family up, goddammit, and you go live in one of them houses right by that fucking train derailment since it's so motherfucking successful. Y'all not finna get away with this shit. We see it. And East Palatine, y'all stay in their ass. Don't let them get away with it. Don't let them sweep it under the rug. And if they bring you a deal, you make the motherfuckers pay you for the value of your house before that derailment.
Moving expenses, food, clothing.
Do not let them lowball you. Don't let them do it. Stay in their ass. You all will not brush this up under the rug. On Wednesday, and this shows you how they fucking stick together. So you got a Democrat governor skinning and grinning, talking about the shit was successful. But the people now still can't fucking breathe. They coming down with bronchitis. They still don't feel safe drinking the fucking water. Nostrils still burning. Are you fucking kidding me? On Wednesday, the New York Times reported that DeWine's decision was heavily influenced by pressure. By pressure from who? Now, DeWine, you know you my dude, whatever the case may be. And I'm not going to sit up here and disrespect you from an elder perspective, but fuck Shapiro now. He can go on somewhere and fuck himself. But you just fucked up your legacy, DeWine. This fucked up your legacy. How the hell you fencing to sit up and let Norfolk folk tell you what the fuck to do? You've just stained your legacy. Who big boss? You or them? You just answered that question for me. You gonna let Norfolk tell you what the fuck to do?
They're Black Rocking now.
Yeah, that's what this article is about. Shit.
He wanna live.
Well, yeah. Okay, my bad. All right, DeWine. My bad. He's just such a cute little old man. Damn.
He want to make it to retirement.
Yeah, that man, shit. Baby, let me tell you something. After that, I would have to go on and set it all the way down. You understand me? I couldn't do it.
It's time to pull out my clone.
Yeah, do what you need to do, baby, because I can't stand the heat. You understand me? So this tells you who was big boss in this situation. Definitely wasn't the governor of Ohio. Norfolk told him what the hell to do, and we know who Norfolk is affiliated with, BlackRock, and we told you who BlackRock rolls up to, the Pacers, and we told you who the Pacers report to, which is back to the crown. Well, in this case, France. Parlez-vous français? On Wednesday evening, Norfolk Southern execs backed out of a town hall meeting in East Palatine because, baby, they was ready for their ass. You understand me? Citing fears for their personal safety. You goddamn right. So that's that, fam. I just wanted to bring to y'all how BlackRock was involved in the whole Norfolk thing. Chill. So, sis, you all the way in the back.
I don't know what. My range is cutting down too because I can't even.
Oh, okay. I thought you was in the kitchen stirring your beans or something. Scream.
I was.
You know how you be cooking and you put the shit on speaker and you on the phone. You be like, okay, I got you on speaker, and if you hear some shit rumbling in the back, girl, I'm trying to stir up this food, etc., etc.
Well, I walked away from the computer, and that makes me seem like I'm in a long ways away for some reason. I don't
Okay.
know.
Okay,
It
no
shouldn't,
worries.
Oh, but
because
no,
I should, huh?
no, the movie ain't over yet. It's just
Oh
just
yeah, they
starting to
just
get
getting
good.
started, baby, and well, we
Starting to
we
get
here
good.
for it. We here for it because we see y'all, and we keeping score. We keeping score, and we just politely tapping the universe like, I know you see this, right? Yeah, we keeping score. Go on and give them that work, because y'all ain't finna get away with this. We don't consent to none of it. None of it. Now, do you all understand when we talk about politics and how when you take that oath of office, you gonna stick to that motherfucker? Because I didn't know DeWine just pretty much let Norfolk tell him what to do.
Yeah, but they call themselves actors and stuff all the time.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, you just have to look at the stuff that they say.
That's true.
Even when they sitting up holding they little hearings, this, that, or the other.
That's stupid stuff.
You have to ask for recognition.
True.
You have to be recognized. If you ain't got a speaking part of this part of the movie, if you just extra in the background,
Right.
you don't get to say shit.
True. True.
I mean, they pretty much let you see who the new and upcoming political actor is gonna be, because they
Yeah.
start promoting this person. They just come up out of nowhere.
Yeah. And we could
They
see it.
they first term, then they putting them in front of the cameras. They got all the fiery speeches and this, that, or the other, and they got them on rotation.
Right.
That's just them showing you somebody from their bloodline that they bring it up next, somebody that the next generation can relate
Exactly.
to. They're
As
just trying to keep the bullshit going.
now, speaking of that, shout out to the Chicagoans. They got Lightfoot's ass out of there, baby. She didn't even win.
Oh, they're nice.
She didn't even win the
Oh, my
primaries.
God.
Now, what made me
Isn't that
think of
nice?
her was when Brother Sean was talking about bloodlines. Damn, I'm gonna try to see if I can dig that picture up.
She's been around politicians her whole life.
Yeah, I have a picture of her when she was a preteen. Guess who the picture was with? Damn, I wish I could find the picture. It's probably on another computer somewhere. She had a photo op with Nelson Mandela as a teenager.
Yep, that's it.
And somebody just posted it. And they were, they don't look at, most people don't look at stuff like we look at it. And they were like, isn't this cool? I looked at that picture. I said, you got to be shitting me.
Who's there? They dropped me again, the computer.
No, we were saying that Lightfoot, Mayor Lightfoot of Chicago, her ass is out of there. And
Yeah, I know she's gone.
yeah, good riddance. She didn't do shit anyway. I felt she was put in there. Chicago is another place that they're running in the ground big time.
Right.
They about to
They
do
want the land.
some major resetting in Chicago. But as a teenager, she took a picture with Nelson Mandela.
Oh,
And I said, you got to be shitting me. So they knew she was going to move into one of those roles. She must be
Marduk.
a part of the bloodline. I'm going to have to find that picture. I thought it was on this computer. It's not on this computer. I'll find it. I'll probably post it on the community wall. Damn it. I wanted to show it to y'all. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
That's
Brother
just
Sean.
It's just like it was a picture of Prince in Jet magazine as a kid. They was doing an interview with somebody, and he was one of the kids. It was either in Jet magazine or something on the news.
Nonetheless, it's still the same fucking difference.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're part of the problem.
All of these coincidences, you all in Jet magazine as a little one, and then you grow up to be a mega star. Yeah. And same thing with Dr. Dre. He was on one of them little TV shows back in the day. As a little boy, as like a little boy, like 6 or 7. And I'm looking at this shit like, wow. Yeah.
Now we know.
Yeah. So now we understand the connections, how this is an empire and how they keep their family members on, and as well as they boys them. And that's why we keep telling you these folks that are like, I think they said, I heard once you get the 100 million mark, you have to be initiated into another order. So you don't get to make it to that billionaire status without connections. If you're making it to that billionaire status, you got some serious connections. You make it to the 100 milli, then they know that you're being inducted in part of one of their echelon secret societies.
You've already participated in certain rituals in order
True
to
that.
make it to that point to begin with. You just rising in rank while sinking in frequency.
Exactly.
Yep.
How many people she let die in Chicago and say they couldn't find anybody who no evidence, no nothing. They have children everywhere, parks. They couldn't even go to the parks and nothing.
And just piss poor, because I think she was the first woman black mayor.
Well, they more or less told her as the first openly gay.
Oh yeah, I ain't care about her sexuality, but she was definitely the first black woman mayor.
Of Chicago.
Yeah, of Chicago. Just a total fucking embarrassment. Her and Keisha Bottoms, they kicked her ass out of Atlanta because she fucking ran Atlanta in the ground. I'm like, y'all out here making black women look bad, both you hoes. I don't appreciate it.
I just, you know what? I was looking at a picture of her. Her mouth was all turned down like she was about to cry. I said,
I ain't give a damn about none of that. I'm like, pack them ugly ass pantsuits up.
That old crazy looking
Get the fuck on. Shit. I ain't care about none of that, girl. Her nappy ass hair. Them 2 motherfucking little strands at the top. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Get the fuck on. Shit. Nobody care about that. Shit. Okay, so, something else I had for y'all. Okay, this follow-up. I'm trying to get to it so we can get to the lecture. All right, so this is the display. And let me get to, gotta keep remembering to, oh, there it is. Okay, y'all, child. Clutch my pearls. Well, I got a co-worker saying, yeah, and I had to clutch my pearls. I fell out laughing. Oh, boy. So, this came from the Associated Press. And this is now just starting to make the rounds of on the financial news side for people that follow the alternative financial news, because this shit still ain't made it mainstream. Okay. So I saw it on one of my financial news channels that follows the financial news that they don't report in mainstream media news. Okay. So this one is experts raise concerns as Nigeria limits cash withdrawals. So we're finna find out why. Child is finna get juicy. So in Nigeria, and I don't know how to pronounce that town or city up in Nigeria, experts on Wednesday, and this came out December 7th, fam. Expert on Wednesday raised concerns over a new policy announced by the Central Bank of Nigeria that heavily limits withdrawals of money in a push for a cashless economy. The monetary policy, which applies to ATMs, banks, and cash back from purchases, follows the launch of the West African nation's newly designed currency notes to control the money supply. The central bank limited weekly over-the-counter cash withdrawals to 100,000 naira, if that's how you pronounce it, which is basically $225 for individuals, and 500,000 naira, which is 1,100 for corporations, with a processing fee required to access more. When the policy takes effect in January 9th, ATMs will no longer dispense Nigeria's high denomination of 1,000 naira and 500 naira, while withdrawals from ATMs and point of sale terminals will also be limited to $45 daily. Damn. In compelling circumstances not exceeding once a month, where cash withdrawals above the prescribed limit are required for legitimate purposes, such cash withdrawals shall not exceed 11,000 and 22,000 for individuals and corporations, respectively. The bank's director of banking supervision. Policymakers say the withdrawals limits and recent monetary initiatives from the central bank would bring more people into the banking system and curb currency hoarding, illicit flows, and inflation. But analysts worry with digital payments often unreliable in Nigeria, the initiative could hurt daily transactions that people and businesses make. The policy is intended to cause discomfort to move you from cash to cashless, because they, the central bank, have said they want to make it uncomfortable and expensive for you to hold cash. Economic analyst Kalu Aji said, that is positive for the CBN, because the more discomforting they are able to achieve, the more people can move. In Nigeria, the majority of people work in the informal sector, mainly activities outside of the legal framework and government regulations, such as farming, street and market trades, and public transportation. The economy is heavily dependent on this sector, and cash is usually preferred for transactions because many lack bank accounts. Only 45% of adults in Nigeria have accounts with regulated financial institutions, according to the World Bank. In the absence of bank accounts, point of sales terminals have emerged as one of the fastest growing areas of the financial inclusion of the country. Through the withdrawal limits, the central bank is directly attacking such agency banking services, and people will essentially begin to hoard their money. It's not going to drive people to start trying to do electronic transactions. On the contrary, it is going to move people away from financial institutions, he said. Okay, so this is what that really means. And I'm going to have to pull that other article. They're moving them to digital, fam. They're moving them to a digital currency. Okay. And as I told y'all they were going to do, I told y'all they were going to force it. I told y'all that. Okay. And as you can see with them, they're forcing it. I also told y'all to peep game that they could do it two ways. They could bribe the public. So meaning, okay, if you turn in your cash, let's say for every dollar you turn in, we give you $1.50 back in digital currency. Told you that's one way they'll do it. Told you the second way is you wake up the next day out of your sleep. We're banning the following denominations: the $5, the $10, the $20, the $50. And you got 30 days to turn in your hundreds with the blink of an eye. And if you continue to use cash, we're going to tax you on transactions to use said cash. I've been told y'all those were the tactics that they were going to use. Yeah. Okay. So I also told y'all that it was going to, this rollout of this digital currency, which is a part of a reset. I also told y'all that it was going to accelerate in 2023. We did several drops showing you where these central banks and these governments talked about how they're testing out the digital currency. Shout out to Brother Odell. Right before we took a break in December, he gave us the drop of the UK's people saying, we gonna roll out the digital currency. We told you all that this was worldwide. Okay, so now let me bring up this other article that came out in February on how now Nigeria has a banking crisis. All right, hold on. I gotta record this to y'all, so bear with me here. Gotta get it on infamous Zoom. All right. So this is from punchng.com. More banks shut down as new notes scarcity persists. Okay. So remember I told y'all last year that this would be another tactic to move people from paper currency to digital. All right. So as the Naira scarcity persists, more banks have started shutting down their branches, according to the findings by The Punch. The Punch observed large queues still existed at the ATM machine of many commercial banks in Lagos, Ogun, and Abuja, probably botching that, y'all, so forgive me, and other parts of the country on Wednesday. As of the February 10th deadline for the old note. So they're giving you the notes. Didn't I just not tell y'all? You can wake up out the bed. Exactly, Israelite 1933 all over again. You wake up out the bed. You done had good old sleep. You drinking your coffee. You like, well, let me go on and turn on and get the little highlight of the little news, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. And they flash across the screen, 20s, 10s, and 50s. Yeah, you ain't finna be able to use them no more. You need to go on and hurry on up in the bank and go on and exchange those. Well, what you finna exchange them for? What's gonna replace it? This digital currency.
Nuwa said that COVID is on the money. That's an excuse. That's an excuse.
Yeah, and I got an update on that too. Okay, so they pretty much telling people, they gave them a deadline. I told you, they always give you a deadline that they needed to turn in these particular notes. And it's going to stop being legal tender approaches. More Nigerians are getting frustrated due to the inability to access cash for their regular transactions. This has further led to protests and attacks on banks, which have been condemned by the National Union Bank's insurance financial institution employees. Chill. This came amid a Supreme Court injunction asking the Central Bank of Nigeria not to implement the February 10th deadline. Lagos. More commercial banks branches in Lagos have joined the long list of banks that shut down operations on Wednesday following the scarcity of new and old notes in the country. According to the findings by the Punch, the Fidelity Bank on Isaac John Street, Ikeja, was open, but customers were prevented from entering. The ATM on the bank's premises did not work when the correspondent visited. Similarly, the First Bank on Isaac John Street was shut down. Our correspondent reported that none of the ATMs was working during a visit on Wednesday afternoon. Our correspondent reported a total shutdown of operation at the Zenith Bank, and all the ATMs of the leading bank did not work. Also, the Asset Bank at whatever that particular street's name is, Lagos, was not operating while customers were barred from entering the lender. A customer with the Guarantee Trust Bank, Mr. Anthony, said he was stranded at the Anthony area of Lagos when he tried making a withdrawal from the bank there on Wednesday. Upon visiting Guarantee Trust Bank and Echo Bank at the University of Lagos, our correspondent observed a long queue of several students, both at the ATM machines and inside the bank, awaiting waiting for the disbursement of those notes. Getting inside the banking hall, the bank officials noted that they were still waiting for cash as well. One of the officials said, "We have not cashed yet." So they still ain't gave no cash. Child. Ogun Banks. Our correspondent observed that all bank branches in the Redemption Camp and Maui Access were shut down. This came a day after several branches at GT Bank, Unity, Access Bank, Zenith, Echo Bank, UBA, FC, MB, and others were shut down on Tuesday. In Ogun State, our correspondent visited two banks along whatever the heck that is. I don't know how to pronounce all that. At the First City Monument Bank along whatever that road is, our correspondent observed that the bank did not open for business. When our correspondent inquired from the security guard why the bank did not open during the conventional working hours, the security guard said the closure was a result of the issue on the ground. Outside the bank, a small crowd of weary customers sat on stone slabs waiting for the ATMs to start dispensing cash. A customer who identified herself as Jane Francis told our correspondent that she and other commuters had been waiting outside the bank for over 2 hours. She said the security told us they would load the machine soon, but we have been waiting for more than 2 hours. I visited all the banks on this road, and none of the ATMs is dispensing cash. Some of them didn't even open today. Our correspondent then proceeded to First Bank, still along that road, where he met another crowd of commuters expressing their frustration with regard to their inability to withdraw cash from the bank's ATMs. However, despite opening the banking hall to customers, the bank did not attend to any cash-related requests over the counter, as the bank's personnel disclosed to our correspondents that it did not have any cash. Baby, let me tell you something. Bless them bank employees' heart, because let me tell you something. Rhonda would have been like, I know you fucking lying. You think I'm fisting to stand up here and tell these people they can't get their ends up out of here? Now, baby, you got me fucked up. I'm out of here. I ain't going to be working today. That's what you not finna do. Elsewhere.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother John.
You ain't gonna be able to get your ends either.
No, I ain't finna get my ends because I'm gonna be in a damn agreement with them. Shit. They ain't finna whoop my ass. And I mean, I'd be like, you know what? You absolutely right, sir.
That's some bank holidays.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's a bank holiday. It's a run on the banks.
Yeah. And they're not giving you anything in exchange for taking your money.
Well, all they're going to do is stand up that they're calling it cashless. But we know they're calling it cashless and digital. I told you all that the code word for digital is basically that digital / cryptocurrency. Okay. All right. Elsewhere, it was also gathered that Sterling Bank, some of its branches, following viral reports that the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission had on Tuesday discovered the sums of, what is this, N258 inside the bank's regional headquarters. Child, I don't know what that means. However, in a rebuttal published on the bank's social media handles on Wednesday, Sterling Bank denied any wrongdoings in the debacle that led to the arrest of its branch manager.
They arrested branch manager?
Yeah, but this was a separate fraud case. I don't know why they even threw that in there. They ain't got nothing to do with these folks not being able to get their money across the entire country. So that was kind of poor writing on y'all part. Y'all mixing apples and oranges. Anyway, long queues were seen at ATM stands and banking halls in the capital city as customers, points of sale operators endured the hot weather in order to perform financial transactions. Okay, so there's a picture of people standing there trying to get their ends, honey. At banks located in Wusi 2, which included United Bank of Africa, Providence Bank, and Standard Chartered Bank, only customers at Providence and Standard Charter Bank were allowed to make a maximum withdrawal of whatever that is. I don't know how that's related to us. In dollars. Let's see how much else I want to read this. Damn. Also, several point of sales agents did not have cash. Child, so they really didn't lock down this situation over there. Wow. So yeah, I'm not gonna read the rest of it. I think y'all get the gist of it. See, I told you bank workers threaten. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be, well, you're not going to have, baby, do what you got to do, Nat. Go on, do what you got to do, because I'm not coming up in here getting my ass whooped for this. I don't think so. Shit. All right, so that's rightfully so. Well, she got a 1990s hairstyle, though. The lady in the blue. Baby, that's 1990s. Anyway. Okay, so that's it. I'm not going to go into any more of this. Let's see what they're saying. Yeah, that's it. So y'all get the gist of what's going on. That's basically them, fam. They're implementing digital currency. And we told y'all it was coming. They gave their quote quote form of disclosure. They were doing it they really started doing it in 21. They held economic world forums. The World Bank talked about it. The IMF talked about it. The Bank of International Settlement talked about it. That was in 2021. Okay, 22. Last year, they told y'all they were testing it. And then the other, big nations admitted that they were testing it. And I told y'all 2023 was going to be the year that they start standing it up. And even in 2022, some nations started issuing digital currency. But what they did, they're running it concurrently. Okay, so they got the digital currency out there and starting to put people on it as cash is still there. So they're running it side by side, but they're eventually going to start moving people from cash over to the digital currency. All right, so there you have it, fam. We told y'all it was coming.
It's all been laid out as part of the script, and people don't realize that Trump is leading you right into the digital currency. If allegedly and supposedly with his executive order, people that are caught up in these crimes, the trafficking, etc., he get to confiscate all their funds, etc.
When he gets in office.
Not when he was in office. He did all this. Remember when he made his world tour and over there in Saudi Arabia, they allegedly supposedly made him king. Then he went to see the Pope, all that type of stuff when he was allegedly and supposedly presenting all this information, and everybody was bowing down to Lord Trump.
Yeah, I remember that.
Etc.
They had the ritual.
Etc. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah.
So if he's allegedly and supposedly confiscated everybody's funds, he's merged the Federal Reserve up under the Treasury, etc., that means he's allegedly and supposedly in control of everything, and they've already been talking about their digital currency, this, that, or the other, and with the reset, you're allegedly and supposedly supposed to get so much money deposited in your account, 1-800 numbers.
Right.
All that bullshit. You're supposed to just wake up one day miraculously with money in your account and this, that, or the other. And of course, you're going to have to agree to certain things in order to be able to access those funds. And they got you. You think that you're being compensated and took care of, where if you really think about it, Don't none of those debt notes belong to any of us anyway. So how
Exactly.
you say they owe you money? It's been debt they've been given all along.
Exactly. Exactly.
If
The
you
last
read,
one of you have.
if you
It's
read what's
promising.
written on it, yeah, it, you have to compensate that with something else.
Right.
You know what? That's why they off Kennedy, because he was putting out those $2 bills. That
It ain't
was
even got nothing to do with them $2 bills. They wasn't really worried about none of that.
well, they
They
wanted
was
him to change the gold
no,
standard.
they was worried about motherfuckers waking up. That was a whole distraction to take away from the fact that motherfuckers was waking up.
I agree.
Look at the look at the time that was happening. Our people was on one. That's before a lot of shit hit us that
At
completely
once.
destroyed our family.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
We still had family structures back then. We were still owning farmlands and property,
Mm-hmm.
owning whole communities back
Right.
Hmm.
then. That was all part of the distraction to get motherfuckers on that civil rights shit, this, that, or the other.
Right.
And that and ain't none of that really has shit to do with us, other than distracting us and dividing us. Just like this bullshit that's happening now. Ain't none of this got shit to do with what's really at stake, and that's
Right.
the land. We keep on worried about paper and this, that, and the other, gold, silver. We don't eat gold and silver.
Right.
Gold and silver ain't going no motherfucking where. We
Right.
know that it's been here forever. It's the land we need to worry about.
Yep.
We get to determine what the fuck the currency is.
Right.
They passing out debt. They have a debt system because they don't have anything.
That's right. That is correct.
So we exchange our land and our energy
For their
for
debt
debt.
system.
Yep.
But I digress.
Yes. Very, very good, Brother Sean. Woo, child. Okay, let me make sure before I jump. Did I get all the financial stuff out? That was enough, I know. No, I really didn't. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Child, let me go to this next one. Child, yeah, I ain't done. Let me do this last little financial stuff. Then I'm going to get on the other stuff. Then we're going to get into the lecture. See, this is why we be going to 5 hours, y'all. But I be having to get it out, though. Let me do this one real quick. And some of this one is probably not going to be new to people that follow the financial stuff. Because I think this bill was introduced in 1999, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so this is from the Hill. Key Republicans oppose House GOP bill to abolish tax code. Republican supporters of a bill aimed at abolishing the tax code as we know it are running into early barriers in the House, their own leadership. The Fair Tax Act, because that's what I remember when it was, that's what I remembered it being named.
Oh, back in that day, yeah.
Yeah. Was thrust into the spotlight earlier this month as reports emerged that it was part of a deal made by Republican Kevin McCarthy out of Cali with his GOP detractors during the days-long process to elect him Speaker. But as the bill becomes fodder for growing Democratic attacks from the White House down, some Republicans are distancing themselves from the legislation. McCarthy made clear his opposition to the bill when pressed by reporters earlier this week. He said the bill would have to go through committee when asked on Wednesday if he planned to bring it up on the floor vote. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise said Thursday that he didn't support the bill, instead telling the Hill that he backs making permanent the tax cuts in former President Trump's 2017 tax bill. We made the code more simplified and got rid of a lot of loopholes. And so I want to see us continue focusing on the fairness and simplicity of a tax code. The Fair Tax Act, introduced by Republican Buddy Carter, would constitute the largest change to the U.S. system in decades, maybe ever, and would all but abolish the tax code. It would eliminate all income taxes, payroll taxes, state taxes, gift taxes, in favor of an outsized 30% sales tax that would be collected by states and then remitted to the federal treasury. The new method of taxation would render the IRS as it currently exists, but obsolete. So I'll just highlight that. Let me sip my water. The new method of taxation would render the IRS as it currently exists all but obsolete. Some Republicans have expressed interest in the idea of a national sales tax, but have yet to sign on to the legislative effort. It's an interesting idea. If everybody pays in a portion, everybody has his skin in the game. Republican Randy Weber said of the idea, adding that it can be doable, but I have to see those parameters. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Well, one thing it'll do is get rid of this 87,000 arms IRS agents, and that money that they allotted for that can be used otherwise to pay the bills. I can see how they want to do that, because as it is, Biden has already issued a bill to increase taxes. He just did it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So, I mean, it's an advantage to not keep paying up, and you can stop buying, but keep your 30%. But I think it'll be better for the people if they have
I agree.
Tax.
Shit, get rid of the bitch.
Yeah, Florida doesn't have a tax.
Well,
on the state.
No, neither does Texas.
No, and they make more. They have a surplus. Now that surplus that's supposed to have been in California is not there.
Yeah, because I found out about Texas not having a state tax when I worked for a company in Texas, but I was in Atlanta, and I had to go to Texas for the little orientation to fill out all that bullshit ass paperwork. And everybody else around the table, they were residents of Texas, and I the only one here to fill out a motherfucking state tax form. I was pissed. They're like, Ryder, that's why you need to move to Texas. I'm like, this some bullshit.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
They already been blocked that bill that Biden was trying to put through.
Oh, what?
They blocked it?
Good.
Really? Good.
Yeah. But
it's on and popping. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Look at the timing of it.
Exactly. I knew you was going to pick it up. Come on with it now.
They ain't signed on to it. They have to keep looking at parameters, etc., etc. How long you gonna keep looking at the fact that all this shit is bullshit?
Exactly.
And it never used to be.
It never used to be. And the taxes are really voluntary. Yep. Shout out to Brother Shrugs. And shout out to Sis Nonya. It's been illegal anyway.
Yeah, it is. But 87,000 armed.
But the thing is, once again, we have to look at what it is we're talking about. We're talking about their debt notes.
Yep. That's a good point, Brother Sean.
And we're using their debt notes to purchase shit that don't benefit us.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, aren't they trying to get rid of the debt notes also?
Yeah, you'll own nothing and you'll like it.
Mm-hmm. So I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
You see how happy people are at the thought of the IRS being gone and this and that, and you still don't own shit, but motherfuckers happy. I mean, it's all part of the fuckery.
I totally agree.
It's a screwed up system.
If the land is yours,
What the fuck am I being taxed on? Exactly.
Along with the mineral rights, etc., etc. You own everything. What you got to pay a motherfucker for? A motherfucker need to be figuring out what he can do for you to get something from you.
Right, because it should be reverse tax. You owe me tax. Shit.
Yeah, but not with no goddamn debt note. So
no.
Of what benefit are you motherfuckers to us? What do we
really
actually need y'all for?
Really nothing. You're right. Because what can you give me that I already don't have is basically what you're saying.
Yeah, so that right there is showing you who the parasites are. The fact that they got to live off of us and our shit.
Agreed. It says, however, the push has not gone without criticism from others in the conference. I don't think it's a wise thing to do. Republican in Nebraska said he doesn't think it's a smart politics or policy. Bacon claimed the plan for the bill was initially understood to be that leaders would bring it to the floor for a vote, but said he called on GOP leadership to allow the measure to go through regular order instead. I asked it to be brought to the committee and studied and marked up, not just brought on the floor, he said, adding that if you do it the normal way, bad votes get rooted out and they get amended. So Jason Smith, who chairs the Ways and Means Committee, has said the bill will get a hearing. McCarthy believes everything should work in regular order. We're going to have a public, transparent hearing on the issue, and we'll see where it goes from there. Whether the bill will ever make it out of the House or even survive in the committee is far from certain. So I don't think I'm gonna read the rest of this. Let me see. This Fair Tax Act is truly foul stuff. Senator Majority Leader Charles Schumer said on Thursday. So I'm just gonna do a quick thing. Why do y'all think the Democrats are against it and the Republicans are for it?
I think it's because the Democrats profit from all the money that they can siphon out of the Treasury, calling the taxes that they're giving to Ukraine. They get that money back. It's money laundered and come right back into their pockets for their next campaign. Or whatever they want, another mansion like the Maxine Waters.
Yeah. She come. No, not Maxine. I'm thinking about Pelosi's ass.
She.
Sorry, what do you think, Brother Sean? That's a good point, Sis Sandra. What do you think, Brother Sean?
I think if Trump then took all their money, they desperate. And if as many people then been to Gitmo and been replaced allegedly and supposedly, then it's all a show. And Trump and them sitting up blaming people who gone for the crimes they committed.
Yeah, that's what I asked in the beginning. Is the movie over yet?
No, it definitely ain't over. The corporation still stands.
Exactly.
We still give the beast life. Exactly. The only thing that changes the characters. We went over that.
Yeah.
We went over that when we was going over charters. He said he don't give a fuck what you switch up, what you change
right.
up. Just make sure
he said the fish in the sea, baby. Run me the ends for the tax on the fish. Some black people, the fishes. Y'all know fishes ain't plural. It's fish. Shit, it's fish. But if you, country, whatever, the fishes. You gonna run me the ends from the fishes up in the sea.
And the real ends, though, is everybody's energy that you
Yes.
putting into this to jump through all these hoops to make this, that, or the other happen. And they feeding off your energy.
Yes.
All your stress, all your troubles, your fears, your worries, they eating good. The
Yep.
more stressed out you are, the more comfortable they are.
Yeah.
Lo- Long as you stressed out and tired and running this rat race and playing your character, they get to relax and be comfortable because they ain't worried about you doing shit.
Right. Now, Shrugs got the
Charlie,
other
I was looking
part
at
that
him
where
too.
I wanted to go with this. Part of the game they have an opposition, but Democrats make money
Yeah.
from
Mm.
welfare states, and Republicans hold more wealth with less tax and more business policies. Okay,
Yes, sir.
so
Mm-hmm.
who all happy? Every year around tax time, you see people making jokes about how much taxes they gonna get back. This, that, and the third, 4, 5, 6, and 11. You do know not everybody gets back a tax return, right? You
Right.
do understand. Now look at got the nasty people on here. This lady's thong. Damn it, I can't move that up. My bad. Shit. Bottom line,
Oh, I see
let
it.
me hurry the hell up with this.
At
Bottom
least you
line, that's
flashing the
what that's
bell.
about, okay? So this Democrat person up here talking about, he's trying to play the fear card, saying the cost of buying a house, it'll raise the cost of buying a house by $125,000, buying a car by $10,000, buying a groceries $3,500 a year, and inflation is that and the third. Okay, so I'm gonna have to come off of this. Okay, they moved the lady with the thong. Shit.
I mean, it's
Um.
all over the place now.
Yeah, always some drama.
But their logic is if you bring in all your money home, then you have more money to pay for stuff.
You gonna go buy more,
Yeah.
No, it's the value of the dollar.
right?
The thing
Which really
is
don't
that,
have no value anyway.
but they was also was talking about that you get certain tax
Credits.
breaks, tax
Right.
Credits. Yeah.
credits, as far as
Mm-hmm.
for if you're buying used stuff as opposed to new things, like as opposed to buying a used house as opposed to having
Right.
one
Cause
built from the
that's when the
ground.
30% kicks in for the tax, right? It's only on
Hmm.
new stuff. So if you
Big
buy an
items.
existing house, you don't
That's
get
new
a
for you.
30% tax. If you buy a
I
new
think
house, damn it. You
I
buy a
think you
new
should.
house, huh?
I think you would have to pay the
You
30%.
don't. I'm telling you what they said. It's only on
Really?
new purchases. That is correct. So if you buy a used car, you don't pay the 30%.
Oh, they want to recycle goods, so they don't have to have any environmental
Exactly,
impacts and
because
stuff.
that's already been taxed. That good has already been taxed at the new price.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
My car is old, and they still taxing it at the new price.
And so
And
what I saw is that all of that is gonna go away. Let me pull up. I want to show y'all the bill real quick, so y'all can go look up this stuff yourself. So hold on for me a sec. Let me bring that up. Hey, nephew.
How you doing, Auntie? Everything good?
Good,
hey,
good. How are you?
Yeah, Auntie, sorry, I'm doing real good. Doing real good. Can I
Good.
put
Hold us
something on
some
this?
power.
Holding some power, Uncle. How you doing? Glad to hear your voice.
Likewise.
All right.
Go ahead, go ahead. What was you finna say, Noah?
When it comes to this bill, my logic is simple. With all the money they invested in their tax code, all the money all the workers that are working as tax agents, all the judges, why would you stop this play, right?
Because
For me,
it's a
it's more of
reset.
giving.
Because it's a
Correct.
reset.
But it's more of giving the people, the American, what do you call those, patriots, that hope that the plan is in effect.
Yeah, that
Trump
too,
is blah,
nephew.
blah, blah, blah,
Now I ain't
blah,
mad
blah.
at you on that now. Shit. You
Because
about
that's what I
nailed
look at
it.
it.
You about
Right? It's a
nailed it.
play. So they'll switch it up, as you said. They'll shut it down in the paper currency. But as soon as you get your digital blah, 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 you would get it off the top. And in fact, they're going to be, your money is, they won't tax it. Sorry, it's not going to be taxed anymore. It's going to be, it's going to have an expiry date. So if you don't use the money in this form and fashion and X form and time, it's no longer valid anymore. So yes, there's no taxes on it, but it's an expiry date on it. So you have to use it in this format and in this time. So for example, if people right now are going to hoard their money and save on it, they'll be like, all right, cool. But if you don't use your $20 by X time, we're no longer going to accept them as face value. They're not going to be worth X less.
Yeah, that's a way to force them off of it also. That's
Right?
a good
And
point.
people are going to run, oh, I want my money. I'll even give you, I'll give you a 2-to-1. I'll give you a 2-to-1. And I heard this too. The people, let's say, so if you're under, let's say 100,000, they say if you're under a certain tax bracket, you're not taxed and this and the other. So if you're under, let's say 100,000 in the bank, you're going to be given a bonus. So the government will say, here's an extra 5G, like how they gave the PPP loans, right? But if you have an excess of money in the bank, they're going to say, nah, you can't bring that into the new digital currency yet because it's going to throw it off. So you're going to have to delay anyone above $100,000 worth of value to bring in their wealth into digital currency. And basically, it's never going to happen. And you're just going to be forced to trade it in either less value or it's going to expire instead of time. So they're really wanting to drain the pockets of the masses to the point where you have to come into their system.
Agree.
That tax laws is a play. It's a play.
I agree.
And
It's a part of the reset, and they're gonna implement it. That's just my opinion. I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
No, one more thing. Didn't they just make an announcement too that they're about to hire a whole bunch of new tax agents and this, that, and the other, and they're going to be training them with guns and all that to collect? So
that's 87,000.
87,000, Auntie Sandra. Exactly.
Yeah.
So 87,000 motherfuckers about to be trained up, get guns, all that nonsense to come collect tax money. But on the flip side, they're telling you that they're introducing a bill to stop taxes. I'm confused.
Yeah, they're going to stop it. They're going to stop it. The IRS is going to be abolished. The Treasury, okay. With that digital currency, y'all, I read that who's going to be managing those bank accounts. I about fell over. I couldn't believe what I was reading. I said, I know this got to be my mind playing tricks on me.
Nah, you're too bright for that.
The Federal Reserve is going to be managing individual bank accounts.
So where are they going, Auntie? Where are they going? They ain't going nowhere. Those agents are just going to be repurposed.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The agents will be repurposed. I'm not even on that. I'm just on the fact that I'm telling you all that they are going to repeal federal income tax, the tax codes, period. It's a part of the reset. So this is the bill, HR 25. Y'all can go look it up. You could see it was introduced on the 21st, 2021 is what I'm trying to say. But this is not the first time they tried to do that. But this time I know it's going through, y'all. So these are the things. I'm not going to go into all of them, but you could go and read these for yourself. It says income tax repeal, payroll taxes, estate and gift taxes. Then it's going to talk about the sales tax. Okay, that's going to be talking about the 30%. Phase out the administration of repeal federal taxes, administration of other federal taxes, sales tax inclusive Social Security benefits. They finna do this up, y'all.
But Andy, how are they getting their money, quote unquote? It doesn't make sense. The government
Well,
needs
y'all do
taxable
realize,
income.
let me tell you something. Well, we
Doesn't
have
make
to
sense.
realize, and shout out to Brother Odell, they got y'all thinking that this income tax is paying for everything. It's not.
No, that's true. It's not.
It's
We know
not.
that. Shout out
It's
to
a
Brother
it's a
Odell.
drop in the bucket, because what's really paying for everything we done told y'all is definitely your essence, your labor on the back end, and the actual natural resources of the planet. They don't need
Correct.
your little income tax money, to be honest.
No.
They really
No.
don't need it. Okay? That
That's
income
it.
tax never should have been implemented. It always should have been a sales tax. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
If you think about it, who really benefits from this? I mean, business owners profit from this too.
Absolutely.
Look with how many of them, look at the size of the gifts that they're able to give, and certain amounts that was considered illegal at one point in time.
Mm-hmm.
Now they really gonna be able to move money and not be taxed this, that, or the other. They not worried about the 30% sales tax.
They really not.
When you own the companies, you can just go in there and get what the hell you want to get. You ain't got to pay no taxes on shit.
Right. When you
You-
own exactly.
Yeah, because you got everything you need. Motherfuckers still got to come to you. They got to get a 30% sales tax, this, that, or the other. This how a lot of these businesses make up their ends, this, that, or the other, behind all these losses and everything they've been taking. The wealth redistribution
Yeah.
is still gonna pass right through our hands and right back to theirs, like they've been saying the whole time. We don't want to give y'all no money. All you gonna do is give it right back to us.
Right. Because somebody said in the comments, is this the Nasera Gasera stuff? And in the Nasera Gasera
Well,
people's
they'll say it like
defense, they have been saying all of this for years. But I've been telling y'all it's not going to be what they think it is.
Yeah, it's not a party. It's not free money.
Yeah.
Because they talking about multiple resets. I mean, it's just not that whole financial reset and the aliens coming down, this, that, or the other. Motherfuckers need to pay attention to what mama doing too.
Right. Trucks did a good job with this. He says the Federal Reserve is the pass-through for the Treasury. The Treasury IRS is the accounting wing. We have to correct or give the Treasury notice of certain things so that we can utilize these public servants as they work. Okay, brother Shrugs, I know what you're talking about, but you know that's deep, and yeah, I get you. I thought you was going another direction. I know what you're talking about, but they not gonna get it. Okay, so y'all discussing it in the chat. I know y'all know what y'all talking about. So cool. So there you have it, fam. That's the last of my financial news. I say this is definitely a part of the reset. So this is all huge. We just went over the digital currency stuff. Now we're talking about the abolishment of taxes. All right. So shout out to Brother Odell. Brother Odell. All right. Now I need you to drop on in and blend this abolishment of the taxes into the bigger picture for me with the BIS and all of that jazz, because I know your wheels is turning. So there you have it, fam. And I say they're going to go for it, but they're going to play this show where the Democrats are going to get up there and claim they for the poor people. And, you know, that's how poor people get a lot of their wealth back, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8. It's all a show. Trust and believe it's all a show. Because it's going to happen anyway. Okay? But the Democrats have to put up for their base that they love to keep on the welfare. Okay, and I'm not talking about food stamps and all of that. It's bigger than that. It's a mentality. They love to capture their particular political base with promises. Okay, so you're gonna see them go back and forth with each other, kicking and screaming. But trust and believe, the Democrats really don't give a shit. But they gotta put up a good show for their political base. Okay? So if this goes through, and I'm pretty sure that it will go through, this is going to be a fucking huge shift for the economy. It's finna to get real serious because you have a large portion of the economy who sit back and depend on them income taxes coming back every year. People literally go ball out during the holidays because they know they fencing to get their income tax back. And, you know, based on the amount of babies they get to claim, this, that, and the third. But they really don't understand on the back end, like Brother Shrugs was talking about, what the fuck is really going on. But nonetheless, that's finna be a huge shock to the system. Okay? But I'm going to tell you how I know it's going to go through, in my opinion. That's why, remember when tax season was just about to roll up around in end of December, early January, the IRS started putting out statements to the media to don't get happy because your ass ain't finna get a lot back. You ain't finna get a lot of income tax back like you normally was used to getting. And I said to myself, oh, some shit finna jump off. And then one of the little financial channels I saw with this, I said, that's why they was telling people you ain't finna get a lot back. So get ready. This is a part of a huge financial reset because as I told you all, with the change of the energy, currency is an energy. They have to swap out what they were doing before to something totally different. That is also why they're going digital, i.e. ether. We're in the Aquarian age, the air/water, because you can say water, air. Energy. Okay? So all they're doing is swapping out this financial system to try to match the energy to keep said control. Okay? All right.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
People don't seem to realize that quote unquote the income tax check ain't no come up. That's your money that they took.
But you know how people's mentality are though. You know their mentality. Oh, I'm getting this back. They've been holding your motherfucking money interest free.
Thank you. It's an interest-free loan you give to the government. Yeah, exactly.
I would personally have a problem with that. Shit.
They invest that money and they profit off of it 100 times over. And giving you back that little change don't mean shit.
Exactly. But people and their mentality, they don't give a damn about none of that. All I know is that I could pay off these Christmas bills, or I could go put money down on a raglass car that's only going to last me 6 months. But because I have no type of financial savvy nor responsibility, I'm going to go out and buy that shit anyway. They don't get that.
But see, that's the whole point to this. This should teach people financial responsibility. You don't have to
Should.
wait for the end of the year to be able to do stuff like that. You use your money like a tool, like you're
Yeah,
supposed
like you're
to get
supposed
things.
to. Mm-hmm.
You get the
Invest.
things
Yeah.
that you need. To hell with all that
Yeah.
bullshit. Then you sit up, get you a used car. You're gonna have to put some money into it, but
That's fine.
you can
It's
get
yours.
you exactly. It's paid off. You can get a new car or a newer looking car, and the motherfucking motor go out on it, and you paying the car note and have to get the bitch
Right.
fixed.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, I just.
you know another thing they have their sights on? Your pensions.
Oh,
They're gonna make
I want to
your
talk about that.
The thing is, should nobody be taking no money out of your check to save for you for later in
My
life
fucking
anyway?
part.
No, but
Part.
and Uncle Sean, check this out though. When you do your pension, it's normally a tax deferred. It's saying that we're going to not charge you taxes on that money because you're saving it for later years. So let's say taxes are 5% today. What is it going to be 10 years from now? It's not going to be 5%. So realistically, you're going to be taking out your money on a higher tax bracket when it comes to retirement than if you had not saved it, essentially. So they're going to take more of your money later on in life, even though you're saving it at a lower tax bracket.
Yeah, but
It's
the
all
thing
instead of
is,
giving back to them.
Yeah,
why did
that's
we
if we keep the current tax code.
system in place?
Yeah, but going
Well,
forward,
yeah.
it wouldn't be like that. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But considering the whole system needs to go, we need to get away from this whole quote unquote money thing anyway.
True.
If we go set up some type of monetary system, it has to be after we're back in control of the goddamn land. So we control the
Correct.
commerce, we control everything that got to do with us. It ain't about
Correct.
another motherfucker having some charter from hundreds of years ago,
Right.
or this, that, or the other, or none of this bullshit
technology,
that
yeah.
got to do with this system the way it is. All of
Yeah.
these corporations gotta go.
Mm.
These motherfuckers that's making this fake food, these motherfuckers that's
Oh
profiting
my God.
off of us being sick.
That's a motherfucker,
Motherfuckers
yeah.
that profit off our ignorance, etc., etc.
Etc.
We should be to the point where we tired of motherfuckers labeling us, telling us
Should be.
who we are, where we come
Yeah.
from, what we supposed to
act.
be doing, how we should
Yeah.
act, how we should wear our hair, etc.,
Right.
etc. We just got too many other motherfuckers telling us what the fuck we should be doing, where we should be
Right.
doing it at, who we should accept in our home, etc., etc. We ain't
Yeah.
making none of the goddamn rules about a goddamn
Nope.
thing. We just following along with shit, letting motherfuckers
shit.
divide us over petty shit that we should know better than by now, but
Yeah.
still don't. So
Ignorant motherfuckers.
who can we blame but our goddamn selves? Because we obviously still like being entertained by low vibrational
Right.
entities. We love this low vibrational entertainment.
Right. And just having spiritually / emotionally grown up.
Mhm.
Because anytime you need somebody to hold your ends for you, your fucking ends that you worked for, I need you to hold my ends and then give me my shit back when you feel like giving it back to me and how you feel like giving it back to me, if you feel like giving it back to me.
And Rhonda?
Yes.
So I want to speak on that. You're seeing right there. So if it's not your money and it's not in your hand, it's not your bank account, then it's not yours, right? So when it comes to this digital currency, we have to be careful. If you don't own, I think it's called the keys. If you don't own the actual digital currency, you're holding it in your own digital wallet. If you're holding it on a platform or you're having some other entity, corporation, whatever you want to call it, hold that cryptocurrency for you, no, it is not yours.
But
Because the
I
minute
read
they have an issue, go ahead.
they've even updated the technology that they'll tap into your wallet. They ain't come to play.
I
I already saw it. They're not playing.
You understand?
They gonna account for every coinage. They finna account for
back
it.
door to take it. But it's just that though, if you're not holding your keys yourself, if there's no way we can take it out and have it in our hand like gold, like you can literally hold gold, put it in your own place. We can't do that no more with the digital currency.
No,
you
can't.
Come and grab it.
That's the thing. Exactly. Because and that's the thing with the paper currency too. Okay, because now we all know people that make they living what they call the black market. So, for example, I do hair, okay, or I babysit, and I got a cash business. Okay, that's off the books per se.
Yeah, under the table.
The table. So all of that's gonna be gone, and it's not gonna matter that somebody sends it to your wallet. I already saw the white paper where they have technology, bloop, bloop, they could tap into that digital wallet as well.
Easily.
So all financial transactions will be tracked.
Yep. Okay. So that's why if I needed some vegetables, and I know you grow vegetables, and if I got something you need, look.
I need some rice, bro.
Yeah, I need some cabbage. I need some peppers.
Some potatoes.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Let's link up. Let's barter. What you got, bro? This what I'm growing. This little season, what you growing? Okay, well, let's go on and swap. Which is why I said a couple weeks ago that it's dangerous for us to depend on the way the food supply is today, that we really need to get back to knowing locally where to get your food and stuff, and hell, absolutely knowing how to grow stuff. And especially if you are melanated in the Americas and your family has been here for quite a long time, and of course I encourage you to do your genealogy. More than likely your family were farmers. I know I come from a line, that's the occupation when I go in that record. Farmers. I'm like, oh, okay, that's why I can grow some shit. I think, look at it and be like, okay, you need to do this. Okay, so my thing is this. When you talk about, building a nation, running a nation, you have to have people with skill sets in order to run said nation. And we've gotten quite comfortable depending on other people to do said things. Now we're to the point where, and I'll use men as an example, and I'll go into the women's side because women, we're just as guilty. But men, most men don't know how to build shit. They don't know how to fix shit.
Whatless.
Some sorry they can't even change a motherfucking tire. Oh, nigga, I'm fencing to get rid of you. Nigga, you can't even change a fucking tire? Nah, bro, you gotta go. I can't do it. You can't swing no tool. You ain't, okay, you can't swing no tool. Run me that motherfucking wallet. You ain't got that? Well, what the fuck you good for? Get out. So we have totally lost that. Where men have no idea of infrastructure. Okay. And the flip side with women. Okay, now I know I'm guilty. Don't ask me to sew no motherfucking outfit, because I told y'all I almost flunked that motherfucking class in high school. My little project outfit, that motherfucking seams was all off, all of that. So you out of luck with me if you asking me to go ahead on and sew some shit. I could grow some stuff, I could cook, I could can, all of that. But
you gotta do everything. That's where we barter.
We've gotten away from things that we need, basic shit, to run nations. So who are we really fucking kidding when we're talking about, oh, well, we need to take our stuff back. And then do what, nigga? Do what?
How did we lose in the first place?
Because at the end of the day, I'm still going to need to eat, feed these babies, still going to want to wash my ass and have clean water. I still got to go bookie. I'm not going out in the woods bookieing and wiping my motherfucking ass with no leaves and getting a yeast infection from the dirt. No, nigga, I'm not motherfucking doing none of that. Okay,
but I got McDonald's for the babies, Auntie. I can give the babies McDonald's.
You're not feeding my baby no McDonald's. I'm gonna cut your throat and I'm gonna throw that shit in the garbage. They're not eating that. So my point being, we have to be real. We're not teaching these skills. Okay, we're not producing in mass amounts. Men that know how to do the infrastructure things, medical, mathematics, science. We're not doing any of that. It's bullshit upon bullshit. How to shake your ass. Who's sleeping with whom. I'm going to get the bag. This 4, 5, 6. All of the rest of that shit.
Clout.
We're not even interested in. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
The thing is, motherfuckers gonna have to learn some shit or starve to death, because ain't nobody gonna be inviting your ass no motherfucking where if you can't contribute some motherfucking how.
Right. Shit.
Facts. I gotta be there for that.
Everybody got to do their goddamn part.
I agree on.
And if you don't know what your part is, then we will assign you one, motherfucker.
Right, but my thing is, though, I gotta figure out, what are you good at, okay?
Look, anybody can be a laborer. You can be taught to pick this up, carry that over there. Come back over here.
Man, y'all gonna have to regulate, because baby, you got your work cut out for you.
Well, that's the thing. The men have to step up and start regulating.
Because I done seen some sorry shit out in these squeets. I see men sitting behind a motherfucking wheel waiting for AAA to change a tire. I'm like, you puss ass nigga. AAA is for me, okay? Not for you. Not for you. Shit. You sitting around there 3 motherfucking hours waiting on AAA. That tire should have been changed and you should be on your way.
Yeah, on your way a long time ago.
And they sitting behind there with they locks with the motherfucking dye on the ends. Shit. Can't even change a tire.
Hey, but as many crackhead activities have taken place. All these swap meets and everything.
Why you gotta bring the swap
motherfuckers know how to motherfuckers know how to barter. So
yeah,
motherfuckers will come up on some shit and have some shit for you to trade for something.
Yeah, that's true.
That's one thing niggas know how to do. They know how to hustle. They will find some shit to get to you.
Yes, they will. Yes, they. And I'm laughing. I'm dying laughing because why in South Carolina, y'all? They got this is Columbia, y'all. Columbia, South Carolina. I don't know if they still do it, but they had a nice ass swap meet. I mean, real nice. Y'all, you could buy from dogs to fish to puppies. I ain't seen nothing like it. Motherfuckers went fishing. Them fish was looking good too. South Carolina got some good seafood and fish. I was just walking through that motherfucker like, I mean, whatever you could possibly think of, it was going down in the South Carolina swap meet. You understand me? So, my ex, ironically from South Carolina, I had bought me a little dog. cute little dog. They stole my dog, and I motherfucking don't appreciate it, but that's a separate story. I was looking at that dog. I'm like, oh, and then I was like, where you get this dog at? He started rolling. I said, nigga, you got this dog at the fucking swap meet. I know you did. And we just both fell out laughing. So that's why I'm laughing, Brother Sean. But you right. Everything go down at the swap meet. Animals. In Atlanta, y'all know the one I'm talking about. The big ass one in Atlanta. Baby, you can get your hair braided. Whatever you possibly need, any type of knockoff shit. So, yeah, that's a great point, Brother Sean. So, y'all better get your shit together and go, because this getting ready to go down. And people have to have some type of viable, usable skills.
Facts.
And it's sitting up looking cute, and you can't really do nothing to add value. That ain't gonna cut it.
Whatless.
And it's only so many whores that we can use. And that's on both sides. I'm just keeping the shit real. Men and women. It's only so many whores. Okay, well, you gonna have to have another skill.
All I got is dick.
Shit, because you, okay, and you got one, that one got one, that one got one. You gonna have to, come on now. You gonna have to have another skill besides that, sir.
You know what I mean?
I'm not interested, sir. What?
Body.
Shit. And I'm sitting out in the rain. I gotta go boo-boo. I ain't got no toilet to boo-boo. If you don't get out of my face, I will stab you. You understand me? So.
I can't cheat your tire, though, but I can swing
right.
that, you know?
You sitting in the car. We both sitting in the car with locks. Dyed locks, you know, legitimately, I should only be the one in this motherfucking car with the dyed locks. Waiting on the AAA man? Nah, bruh. Because what I'm going to do, I'm finna call Uber. I'm up. You not, bitch ass nigga, you got me faded. You think I'm finna sit here for 3 hours and wait on AAA to come change a tire? No, I'm up. I'm finna get on this Uber and I'm out. You sit your bitch ass here and wait for the AAA man to change this tire. So
that was,
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That stuff we took pride in coming up, being able to do shit.
Yeah, you know for a fact, no father is going to have his daughter stranded on the motherfucking road. And if you're with his daughter, you let him find out that his daughter was stranded on the motherfucking road, and your puss ass sitting there waiting on AAA for a tire? For a tire? No. That ain't how we grew up. You literally get talked about.
We did it. Oh, transmissions. It got to replace engines. We did it all. Shit, wasn't no limitations to it. If somebody on the street had a goddamn skill, as children, you wanted to make money, so you was trying to learn everything you can. Whoever granddaddy you could go to work with, you was going.
And that's how it was, Brother Sean. Exactly. Shit, niggas nowadays can't do shit with no cars. Shit. And they want to sit up there and grin in somebody's face. And you ain't got no money to get the shit fixed. Want to grin in my... No, get the fuck out of my face. I don't... No, because you're of no use to me. Hell, you think wrong round here. You supposed to take care of the maintenance of this car. I just want to jump in this bitch and roll. Shit.
That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, but people don't do, and it just blows my mind. My mom never worried about shit like that. Now, she was always tearing up some cars. Now, mine, you know it's true. Shit. I ain't told no motherfucking lies. How many cars had to be rebought? Because you just kept running into shit, but nonetheless.
Hey, but never broke down, though. Never broke down on her, though.
Fuck wrong with y'all? So how are we talking about building nations and you got men that can't even change tires?
Change the oil. God damn.
Can't put up a tent, let alone build a house.
You know
Can't
what I'm
put
saying?
up no
Next
blinds.
wood.
None. I mean, I just be like, oh,
Can't start a fire.
I can't do
How we
it.
getting clean water, bro? Where we gotta go to get clean water? You know how to do that? No. All right.
So we got to keep this shit real. We're not teaching these young boys trades. Okay, and as I've said before, if swinging a hammer ain't your thing, okay, well, you better swing that knowledge to have a wallet to be able to pay somebody to do those things. But to be totally useless in a society, and specifically your family, because that should be your first and utmost usefulness. Who we kidding? And we talking about building nations. So me and you have your work cut out for you. You know, if it boils down to that, y'all gonna have to beat a lot of motherfuckers' asses and take a lot of motherfuckers out. I'm finna keep it real straight with you. Finna keep it real straight. Just like women will have to do with other women. Wait a minute, bitch. What you mean they ain't finna eat? No, you're not finna feed them. And contrary to popular belief, women already do this. We don't hang around hoes that are trifling and don't take care of their children. We don't hang around hoes like that. We don't hang around hoes that abuse their children, allow other people to abuse their children, / neglect their children. No, ho, it's not finna work like that. So when you talk about building a nation, you have to have people in place that play their specific role. And I am not interested in seeing a lot of men running around wanting to be chief, and you have no fucking leadership skills, nor qualities, nor any references to back up that you have said leadership and said qualities. And because all I have to do is look at your family structure, and that's going to tell me every fucking thing I need to know. So we have to be honest. Things remain the way they do because people have gotten lazy, they've gotten comfortable, and they're looking for other people to take care of them. And until people get serious about totally taking ownership and responsibility, it starts with, of course, self, but with your family, you're just bullshitting and you just talking at that point.
Auntie, I find that people have a hard time taking responsibility for things. They want to put it on someone else and blame someone else for things that they're supposed to take care of in the moment. And what I found is that when they don't take care of it, they get mad at how others fill in the blanks. Oh, why are you doing it like this?
Right, like, you don't get the option to tell me what to do. Exactly.
Point. At this point, you lost that option. It should have been dealt with before I even came to the situation.
Exactly.
Now you're trying to dictate how and which I should do. No, get out of here, bro. So yes, lack of responsibility, I find, or accountability to say it was your fault that didn't happen. Not to say you're wrong, but to say, yes, I did it. I should have taken care of it and allow me to now do it, make an immediate 180 to correct the action. People are not willing to be accountable for shit they're doing.
I totally agree. And we've sunk so low that you have degenerates concerned about what a woman and child are getting and what they ain't. And I'm sitting there like clutching my imaginary pearls like, you bitch ass nigga, who raised you?
Yeah, because that's your child. And why aren't you saying, look what I gave or I provided, or look what my child has? He doesn't have to ask for that. Because that's the next thing I have a problem with. Men that exactly allow their women to go child for support. And I'm saying to myself, she should never be in that position. If she goes in that position, that she's just stupid. but you should have had all the resources for her to look at you and say, well, I'm going to be a stupid individual. You provided all this for me. I'm still going to ask the government. If you not provided anything
it doesn't
for her,
make sense. How the fuck a woman gonna kick a man out the house over a couple of $100 a month? Nigga, you could go sell let up the street to somebody. Because if I got to take me and my babies up to the welfare office, I promise you, bitch, you won't get a coinage. You ain't finna eat off nair stamps, none of that. Yes, sir.
Truth be told, it actually is people out here like that. Oh, they eat that. That's the creme de la creme. That's what they reaching for. That keep them within certain parameters in order to be able to get to Section 8.
Yeah.
To be able to get
my motherfucking nerves too bad for all of that, honey.
But I'm
They don't want to be
just telling you,
successful
sis,
because
it's some low vibrational motherfuckers out here that's doing the utmost on every motherfucking level. Any angle there is to work, and to have to do as less as possible. Motherfuckers working it. There's still people out here that will push out baby after baby for a goddamn check.
I don't even, that math don't math for me though.
Oh, well, if I have 6 kids and the government gives me this amount of money and
because I think they put a limit on it. I think after.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I thought so.
Backfiring.
Yeah.
Start backfiring.
Yeah, it's backfiring now, but they were on the play though.
But truth of the matter is, it is people that actually take those routes. I mean.
Yeah, I agree, Israelite. It is the choices of a man, because I be goddamn, nigga, you ain't gonna make it on first date with me, because it's your conversation. Nigga, what? Oh, you's a poverty thinking ass nigga. Nope, I'm good. I ain't gonna say that to your face, but you ain't gonna see me no more. This conversation is over. I totally agree with that, Israelite. It makes absolutely no fucking sense to me to birth a child with a nigga that don't have shit.
No, but sis, all the time it ain't a matter that the man don't have shit. A man can have a good job. She's still gonna go work the system and then go down to child support.
Yeah, she's low vibration.
I'm just trying to tell
then that's on him. Then that's the reverse problem.
No, but the point that I'm trying to make, there are so-called females out here that are all the way to the opposite end of what you are. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
no, I totally agree. And what I'm saying is, any man who's got something going for himself, why would you procreate with her?
It's called a disguise. It's called they lie to you. It's called in the beginning they put up a facade enough to get in your pants.
Okay, all right, I'm with you on that. Right. Okay, we good with that. So why aren't people taking their time to let the mask fall off from people? Because people will
that's what it is.
Show their representative. Oh, we all done been there. Trust and believe we all done been there. Why aren't people taking their time to just really see if these people are who they say they are? Why are we haphazardly having babies with people that we truly don't even know? See, because there's a difference when you dating somebody, and there's even a difference, let's say if you get in a marriage with somebody, but to have a baby with somebody, that's some serious shit.
But sis, you got to think about it though. That type of game been going on since time memorial. Women getting pregnant to get married, to trap a man. It's just all type of games on both sides.
I totally agree. I'm not disputing that at all. I'm just saying that don't make it right nor smart decisioning.
Oh no, because it's choices on both parts.
Exactly.
And I'll say we're not stressing the relationship early enough. So we're not having real conversations. We're not putting
No,
this,
most
because you're
people
saying,
don't.
why didn't you? Well, you'll say that, why didn't the man know? What I've learned is that only when I was in that position did I then see the individual react to that situation, and I couldn't have hypotheticalized it. It needed to be real, but we didn't get an opportunity to practice it. So now that we're in the situation, oh shit, the individual isn't who they say they were. Oh, I made a mistake on my choices at that point, and at that point you have to just take your losses, lick your wounds, and keep it pushing. Because you,
And
as you
learn
said,
from
as
your
a real
mistakes.
man, we know we have to protect the family, right? As a pussy nigga, he would just say, "Well, fuck, it was her fault." Blah 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 blah. Nah.
Right, and
I
then
didn't
go
read
out
you
and make that
properly.
same mistake over and over again,
Right.
and that's just not on the men,
Exactly.
that's on the women too. Okay,
Well, it's right.
let me
exactly.
see this. You got an ain't shit
Right.
baby
We
daddy,
gotta
number
stress-
one. So now you got two ain't
Right.
shit baby daddies. No, bitch.
You're not
That
seeing it
math
properly.
don't math for
We need-
me. Same with the
We need to
dudes.
stress the relationships early. We need to have real conversation. Do you want many kids? Okay. Do you want to live in that? Like, there's even a meme
People
going out
not
where a
even
guy would buy
having
a house.
conversations about having children. They're fucking and acting like they
Yeah.
don't know how children get here. Let's keep the shit real.
100.
The thing is,
Auntie, there's
Shit.
a meme going around right now. So I want to finish this. Hold on 1 second. There's a meme going on right now where a man will buy a house randomly for his girl. She's hood. He takes her to the house as a open house to see, hey, here, I bought something for you, like, you know, a surprise. And then the girl will be like, why do you buy this for me? I don't like this shit. It doesn't look like this. It's not in this place. It doesn't look like that. But he literally bought her a home for them to start a life together, to say, whatever, let's make it into an investment property. Let's do whatever. But I bought you this investment. And because it's not a lavish this or whatever, you know, hood bitches want these days, she doesn't see the value in the man or the value in the asset.
Right.
And he's now distraught because, again, he thought this was his girl, you know. I was gonna
So then what is he gonna do at that point? Because if I was in his shoes,
this is where your manhood has to really step into play. As me, I now know is, no, you have to then cut that energy, that low vibration.
right. I gotta get rid of you.
Play.
Exactly.
You just made a play and she's not resonating on the play. I don't need you in my life. I need to find that
pushing.
resonation. Find an individual that's going to have that type of connection. So I made a play. Good, honey. Let's keep pushing. Not, oh, it's not this, it's not like that. Because I realized we then do interact with individuals that bring down our energy.
Absolutely.
And if we're not wise enough to cut it early, or as I say, stress test these relationships early, we don't realize until we're invested, and it's too late.
I agree. And when it ain't never too late.
Oh, it doesn't work out.
It's never too late.
Well, yes, it's never too late. But in terms of, I would have rather not be in this position.
Yeah,
I would have
and especially if you got babies attached to it. Yeah, no, I 1000%. Yeah, no, I agree with you, and I'm not trying to sit up here to be holier than thou by any means. Don't get me wrong. I'm just keeping the shit real. Okay, we all make mistakes, but one mistake, okay. You know, even though I know most of your mamas told you what the game was about, I know mine told me, and it was made crystal fucking clear. You could come up in here if you motherfucking want to, talking about some you pregnant XYZ. You gonna ride that shit to the end. You understand me? I got that message very fucking clear. Okay? So even if people do make mistakes, okay, you made that mistake. But those don't even be the people that complain. The people that make the one mistake, they like, yep, that's on me. Let me go on and get my shit together, do what I need to do.
No, we don't complain. We be looking at our rules. We freaking focus.
Right, you get back up and you get to humping because you got to make it happen for this baby. But I'm talking about the motherfuckers that's sitting up here complaining, pissing, whining, moaning, then 2, 3, 4 kids in, and you want to piss, moan, whine, and complain. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I don't want to hear no whining. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
The whole thing is, usually most people don't know themselves, so how the fuck they don't know what they want?
That's true.
People not taking the time to enter and understand self. It's conversations that a person hasn't realistically had with themselves. So how
That's
they
correct.
gonna have that conversation with somebody else?
That's a good point. I
What
never
do you
thought of it
actually
like that.
want? What do you actually want? You don't know unless you have that conversation.
That's an
So the
What do you
thing,
excellent
actually
point.
need?
What do
What are
you
the
really
needs you
want?
require in your life? Yeah. I need this
and
That's
from an
true.
individual. I need this from an individual.
and
What
are
do you
you
need for
able?
yourself? Start with
Right.
that.
And are
Sorry,
you
that's correct.
able to communicate that? And then the part that people don't get in communicating is actually listening and hearing. Too many people talk just to be talking,
Good point.
but people aren't listening and learning from one another. Somebody always wants to impose what they've been through. Okay, this is my perspective. It's supposed to be like this, it's supposed to be like that, but they're not entering overstanding where the other person is coming from in order to have a common ground, to even find out if y'all have a foundation to build off of. But if you can't be honest with yourself, you
That's so
definitely can't have
true.
that conversation with somebody else.
Now
So
that's some real shit.
everything begins with self.
It does.
If you ain't shit, ain't no relationship you be in gonna be shit.
Can you just
I
say
don't,
that again for the slow mofos in the back that want to sit up here and play crazy with us? Can you just say that again?
if you ain't shit, ain't no relationship you gonna be shit. I don't care what you got materialistically. I don't care what type of job you do or don't have. If you ain't right within, if you don't know how to properly communicate and listen, if you don't know how to love and receive love, a lot of motherfuckers got a problem receiving love. So all they do is dole out hatred and anger and fear because they don't think that they worthy of love. So they act that out.
Yep.
It's about being responsible for self, being
Yes, it
mature
is.
within self. And that's how you find or attract that person.
Yep.
Being that. It ain't about putting on no front, having no personal representative. You should be who the fuck you
You
are
are
all
exactly.
day, every
Every
motherfucker.
day.
When a motherfucker meets you, they should just feel that you real. Right off
Exactly.
the motherfucker. Your energy should be all that, where somebody is interested enough to actually want to know about you. Somebody that actually want to talk to you, want to listen to you, want to sit up and watch you, see how you breathe, see how you move when you say this, when you say that, watch your body language. All this, that, and other. If somebody's not interested in paying that type of attention to you, they don't put that type of attention into themselves.
Exactly. And what the fuck what's the fuck is the point? I'm just gonna keep it real. What are we really building on? This ain't no fucking relationship. It's a
It's just an
situationship.
agreement. We have
Sis
a mutual
Nonya put
agreement
a
to mess with each other.
interesting comment in the chat. She said, I was not emotionally mature. And if we want to keep it all the way funky,
Yeah.
a lot of folks are not emotionally mature. And we talking people, I'm not talking younger folks. I mean, I understand we all had to, gain maturity and wisdom, okay? And some of us went it the route of hard knocks life. Okay, that's the path that you chose, but you were strong enough and you loved yourself enough to correct yourself up from those bad experiences that you led yourself to. Some of us took the wisdom of ancestors, aunt, uncles, granny them, parents, and didn't go down certain roads, okay? And just through different interactions, we started to gain that emotional maturity. Okay, I'm not talking about young folks, okay? Because you're gonna go through those life rites or passages to get to that point. I'm talking about you old heads. And y'all know how I categorize old heads. Millennials, y'all ain't escaping this shit either. You know my cutoff, 35, goddamn it. 35 and up, you don't get no type of, I don't let you get excuses with me. It's a lot of people that's not emotionally mature. And I see a lot of people 40 plus not emotionally mature. And I be like, what the fuck?
Damn. You thought they would have gotten it as they got older.
And
like,
I'm telling you,
the older one.
I be blown away. You understand me? And some people conversation, and when I see them in person, you know, I could guess their age, and I be like, damn. You got the mindset of a 20-year, like you're in your 20s.
You know what I'm saying?
And then on social media, I don't think people realize how stupid they sound for their big old age. I'd be like, and they be in heated arguments too.
I know what you mean, though.
I'm such a so years old, and I'd be like, I wouldn't tell nobody that shit. I'd be on this bitch saying I'm 16, 17 based on what your conversation is sounding like.
Yeah.
Sis,
Yes, sir.
brothers in their 40s and 50s running around in sagging skinny jeans.
I'd be about to want to fucking throw up. You understand me?
Skinny jeans, gold out, at the club, big belly and all too,
Who
right?
told me that skinny jeans shit look good?
No, but the young kids are doing it.
What's
You understand? So
fucking
they bring
attractive about that? Fellas, don't y'all balls and stuff don't
I don't know nothing about that. But
don't y'all stuff need to breathe?
you be
Who
killing
the
out
hell?
for shy.
Who the hell told men that look good? Women, we ain't never told y'all that shit looked good.
Nah, someone in society did.
You 40 something with some skinny jeans, balls
And they
scrunched
sagging.
up. You got a big ass belly hanging out. Ooh, child.
Yeah. Probably fake Rolex and all too.
No,
But you
if
talking about some
notice-
eyelashes and motherfucking lace fronts. Nigga, did you see your squad's balls? No jeans. Shit. Go ahead,
But sis,
pop the shot.
They don't wear them to where they nut huggers. They be sagging them. They belt
Yeah.
they belt be about nuts high.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
It'd be
So that's
cold
how they
as
get the
hell.
room.
It'd be cold as hell. Niggas from around showing they got them drawers like that's cool. You usually
I
got
don't know where
slapped
that
upside.
was attractive.
When we was coming up, if the grown folks saw your drawers, you get slapped upside your head. Put your goddamn plans
Right,
up.
go put on a belt. You know that? That's what they would tell her. Go put on a belt.
Uncle Sean, at one point, your waistline was your belly button. I remember my mom tried to do that to me. Pull your pants up to your waist, sir. Like, no, it goes to the hip, mom, to the hip.
Why shrugs up there talking about some? These are the worst. These are the worst big body built niggas with skin with skinny jeans.
back in the day, the big guys with the big bellies, they belt and everything would be up over their stomach, up under their chest, to try and hide
Y'all
that
got me
stomach.
dying on this.
You know what I'm saying?
And they be in the club. Watch out that now. I can't do it with y'all tonight. I don't know
just
who
terrible.
told y'all that shit looks good. You over 40. You just look like you fucking stink. I'm finna be honest. You just look like you stink, and I just can't take you seriously, bruh. I just can't even do it. That's emotionally immature. You squazzed up in some jeans, and you probably, a lot of y'all got grandchildren because you've been fucking since you was 2. So you got grandbabies by that point. You standing up there in squazzed up jeans, and your grandbaby got on the same goddamn outfit. That's a great example of emotionally immature.
Listening to the same music and calling each other bruh.
Right, y'all both sitting in the vehicle bouncing together.
Talking about bruh.
You just look stanky. Emotional immaturity. Your conversation should be totally different. If you still talking the same shit that you was talking back when you was flying the motherfucking 90s, shit, you know, Brother Sean, we know people that don't want to let them 90s go.
They still living off their past.
Shit, they still living off in the 90s when they was the man or whatever the case, and women too, because I done seen you bitches squazzed up in some outfits looking a hot motherfucking mess. I'd be like, sus, let that shit go.
Same.
You need to go on and update that, okay? Get into proper clothing, all right? Emotional immaturity. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Talking about I was the shit back in the day.
And I'll be like, and you in my mind, I'll be like, but you look like shit now. Go on and set it down somewhere.
You look like shit today.
You know what I mean? You were the shit. Now you is the shit.
We a mess. We a total mess.
About, yeah, back in the day, I had this, I had that, I had all the honeys. We was doing it like this.
Missing toofuses. Like don't forget the motherfucking missing toofuses. And I be like, I be looking like.
And then they hit you with, let me borrow $1.
Hey, baby.
As always asking for something after them stories about what I used to do. And this, that, or the other. Then the motherfucker ask you for something.
Got you on Friday.
Let me hold some of the blade. Well, shit, when you was doing all that shit back in the day, you ain't let me hold nothing.
Right. Yeah, just emotional immaturity. Just, I mean, so you building a nation with what now?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm sorry, said nation, I'm not finna take care of degenerates. I ain't finna do it. So, just something to think about. All right, y'all. Okay, that was the Auntie and Uncle moment. He said, Shrug said, don't knock the Al Bundy. That's all they have to look forward to. Telling high school stories back in the day. Man, we used to head looking ass. Yeah! It be the ones that peaked in high school. That was the shit. Okay? They talk shit about the nerds because I was the nerd. Oh, you a pretty girl, but you a nerd. That's all right, motherfucker. I'm good with that. Now the motherfucker stank a lank, dank. And I just be looking like, as I get into my vehicle, yeah, that part. So all of these emotionally immature adults, you've made fucked up, poor decisions, and you kept riding that shit. We over it. You're not getting a sympathy card from us anymore. You better get your shit together, and you better get it together real soon, because it's about to get really nasty. You're gonna start to see them pull back on a lot of these programs too. That's gonna be coming into play as well. So you better get ready. You better get your shit together like yesterday.
And don't forget the wave of immigrants that are crossing over your border that's looking for the same handouts.
Exactly.
And the government's more in favor of giving it to them than they are to you.
Exactly. All right, so this is the last thing I wanted to, and then we're going to get into the lecture. See, y'all, this is why we only be having an hour. But I'm sorry, y'all, we be needing to talk about this stuff, baby, because, child, I can't even do it. Okay, so this on the hoochie coochie. Sis Sandra, you still in the house? I know she was having problems with her internet, so she might have dropped off. Let me make sure she ain't text me. No, she ain't text me yet. Her internet was acting up. Shit. Okay, y'all. So this is the hoochie coochie update. And I've been having this for a couple of weeks, but I've been forgetting to give y'all this little update. And now I've been seeing it on mainstream media. The FBI Chief Christopher says China lab leak most likely. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, word, bro?
Right. But remember us conspiracy theorists, we were in the wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there you are, sis. Remember when we was in the wrong, sis, supposedly and allegedly? And I had to say, you can't say that, so you came up with hoochie coochie. And you was like, but sis, I have a, you know, I'm in the medical field. I said, sis, unfortunately, they don't give a damn about none of that.
They make their own medicine.
Shit. Remember, we was all lying according to the world. We were the liars, right?
You're spreading fake news, Auntie.
Right. Exactly.
Disinformation.
This, that, the third, 4, 5, and 6.
Disinformation. Listen to the doctors, Auntie. They know what they're talking about.
Now, looky here. So now the FBI director, the FBI has for quite some time now assessed that the origins of the pandemic are most likely a potential lab incident, he told Fox News. In his first
lab?
In his first public confirmation of the FBI's classified judgment of how the pandemic virus emerged. Many scientists point out there is no evidence that it leaked from a lab, and other U.S. government agencies have drawn differing conclusions to the FBI. Some of them have said, but with a low level of certainty, that the virus did not start in a lab, but instead jumped from animals to humans. The White House has said there is no consensus across the U.S. government on the origins. A joint China World Health Organization investigation in 2021 called the lab leak theory extremely unlikely. However, the World Health Organization investigation was deeply criticized, and its director general has since called for a new inquiry, saying all hypotheses remain open and require further study. Mr. Ray's comments come a day after the U.S. ambassador to China called for the country to be more honest about the hoochie coochie's origins.
Who does he want to be more honest about? What? Sorry?
I know, ain't that a mess? The U.S. ambassador to China. The U.S. ambassador to China said you need to be more honest about the hoochie coochie's origins. And
was the honesty was the
right. In his interview on Tuesday, Mr. Rice said China has been doing its best to try to thwart and obfuscate efforts to identify the source of the global pandemic. He said details of the agency's investigation were classified, but the FBI had a team of experts focusing on the dangers of biological threats. In response, Beijing accused Washington of political manipulation. The conclusions they have reached have no credibility to speak of, said Chinese Foreign Ministry spokeswoman. Some studies suggest the virus made the leap from animals to humans in Wuhan, China, possibly at the city seafood and wildlife market. Child.
900 miles from where it originated, they said, in the lab.
Right.
It went from the 900 miles where it originated to the lab.
Right.
Ain't no food. That's what they're saying. So, Elon Musk said something about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a subsidiary company of China told him, don't bite the hand that feeds you.
What?
Yeah, they had a news statement, and the lady told him it means don't bite the hand that feeds you. You see, Elon Musk paid $44 billion for that company.
Uh-oh, sis. You there?
And he has his, oh my goodness. Yeah, Elon Musk, you there? You hear me?
Yep, I can hear
me?
you now.
Yeah.
Elon Musk paid $44 billion for Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he borrowed the money for what's that? Tesla, for the Tesla stuff from China. So
that I didn't know, sis. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought it was from us.
Huh?
I thought it was from America's government or Tesla money from.
China. China financed that. So they're telling him, don't bite the hand that feeds you. That's why they're saying that.
But the U.S., and you didn't get it wrong, nephew. The U.S. been kicking Musk some ends also. So you didn't get that wrong either. Yeah. You didn't get it wrong. So it was both. Cool. So I'm just learning about China. I didn't know about China.
Well, he's been trying to get out the deal, but he couldn't, remember? He was trying his best to get out the deal on Twitter.
Yeah, they told him, oh, you gonna buy this. Yeah.
Yeah.
But ain't allegedly and supposedly Musk satellites all over the world, so he's getting kickbacks from every.
Yeah, they that's what they say, allegedly and supposedly. I'm like, okay. Mm-hmm.
And that thing didn't start there in Wuhan. They started the research here and then shipped it over there.
Oh yeah, Fauci took it over there.
Yeah.
And gave them grants.
Supposedly and allegedly, because I don't want them knocking on your door, sis, saying that you spreading misinformation, although we prove
out there in the news
that the conspiracy theorist was right about this Wuhan situation.
Oh yeah, it was out there on Real American News. That's how I know about it, because they've been talked about it many times over. But they called them conspiracy theorists too, because the mainstream media want its own, financed, funded by
We already know, right?
So they protect the foreign governments. They protecting their money. It's all about the money.
Oh, okay. Israelite said the U.S. gave him $4 billion in loans. Thanks, Israelite. Grants. Oh well, he ain't got to pay grants back then. So yeah, they gave him $4 billion then. Shit.
But it's a favor, though. I kind of give you some, Hey, you don't have to pay it back, but
Elon was put in that position. Okay, we talked about that. He was put in that position. He ain't came up with nothing. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean. You've been trying to get your point across for a little bit now.
It's the same thing. China can outright deny it as long as they can, because they got the goods on the U.S. and what's going on over there in Ukraine. Because Putin and
Yeah.
them been saying that they was setting up labs over there
Mm-hmm.
in Ukraine,
They
right
got
on the
proof.
Russian
Oh,
Yeah, they
he
border,
got proof.
sure did say that.
and that they had planned on doing something over there to affect his people. So he over there
Correct.
cleaning up shop, and he said that he got all the
Pissed off.
paperwork and everything to prove
Prove
everything.
it. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
China
It's
is
open.
with Russia in this war, alleged war,
Mm-hmm.
because
Alleged.
they've actually shown people from Ukraine putting up pictures showing the actual buildings. They show you what they showing on
Yeah.
the media,
Yeah.
which
I know
building's
exactly what you're
supposed to
talking
be
about.
blown up. Then they put a picture down and you see the actual building still standing there.
Yeah. Wow. Correct.
What?
Yeah,
I saw
half the
exactly what you're
shit
talking
that people think happening
It's not
ain't even
happening. And
fucking
see, we
happening.
used to be able to get all that on YouTube, and they done censored so much because people was so good at it.
Yeah, they
Whatever
kicked out all the
event
media.
happened on the news, you used to be able to go to certain content creators and immediately they had that shit broken out play
Verified.
by play. And you be like, get out of here. I knew it was some bull. And baby, they shut all of them down.
And
Correct.
you think it's actual war going on over there, and Putin and them let Biden just come in safely and leave safely?
True.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't check that play. You're right.
You
Yeah.
don't think
Flying
They
into
be
a
putting
war
it right
zone.
in our face. Don't that make sense?
How's
Where
he
they do
flying
that
into a
at
war
and you
zone?
supposedly and allegedly in war? That is a great
So did
point.
we go down there with our F-16s and all that to safely bring Biden into a war zone, let him do whatever, a photo op, and then fly him back out through a war zone?
he
God damn.
allegedly snuck in there. He just flew
Yeah,
in.
no,
When he
no, he
was
didn't.
when he
Air Force.
when he
He
was
didn't sneak.
supposed to been in Palestine, Ohio, to show you
Uh-huh.
how dangerous that shit is.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
He gonna
He
fly
called.
his ass over to a war zone.
Oh, he was
That's-
supposed to come to Palestine, and he
Ohio,
said, "I'd rather
Yeah.
go to the war zone than over
He
there
called
with
him
them
and told him. They
chemicals."
said he said that he called Russia and told him, or he called somebody and told him he was coming.
That's
He
even
ain't
how-
called
worse.
them. He ain't called them. They already goddamn knew because
That he
he's
was
Yeah.
coming, right?
because he's
Of
a goddamn
course.
he's a goddamn crisis actor. So James Wood and them called him. Hollywood called him. Say this James Wood is coming over. This
James
ain't the
Wood
real
now.
Biden. Yeah, this ain't the real Biden and them. So ain't no need of doing shit. You know, it's all part of the script.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all
the
crazy,
movie.
isn't it?
Relax.
Sirens blasting and all kinds of stuff.
But that's
Give
a
me
great
break.
point,
Stupid.
Brother Sean. So Biden was supposed to have his geriatric ass over in Palestine to make an appearance,
I
but
would
the
think
air is so toxic.
Mhm.
But yet
For
they
him.
trying to convince those people that shit is safe. Child, y'all gonna
To
pay
go
for
back
that
home.
shit.
Just relax.
Y'all gonna pay
You
for
see,
that
it's just-
shit.
Dumb. Low vibration people softening up. Biden, Ukraine, yeah.
Man. All right, let me get to this and then we're gonna get to the spend probably about an hour on the lecture. So yeah, they up there talking about something that it possibly came from the seafood. And I know the seafood, like her, always lying. The market is near a world-leading virus laboratory, the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which conducted research into the hoochie coochie. They just be lying, y'all. And this is what literally got content creators shit shut down. And now y'all gonna sit up here and come out and say, well, yeah, child. A few days ago, the U.S. Department of Energy said it had found the virus was most likely the result of a lab leak in Wuhan, but could only reach that conclusion with low confidence. Whatever. In response to that, many scientists who have studied the virus said this week that there is no scientific evidence pointing to a lab leak. Then why the hell y'all talking about it then? A natural origin is still more likely theory. Okay, then. There's been an accumulation of evidence, what we know about the virus, biology, the close variants circulating in bats. You know, I know these animals so goddamn tired of y'all blaming shit on them, they don't know what to do. They tired of y'all blaming shit on they boo-boo and they sexual parts. These animals are tired. Because they like, listen, I'm not a nasty animal like that, goddammit. I'm a bat. I eat fruit. And I sleep in the day. Mind's my motherfucking business. How I supposedly and allegedly done picked up this virus. I'm tired of y'all lying upon me. Just like the monkeys. Tired of you lying on them about the H to the I to the V. Up there talking about they sexual parts. It's what's spreading this. I know the monkeys like, listen, I'm not the one that spreads VD, humans. You are the VD spreader. Sir and ma'am. Go ahead, sis. Shit, blaming these animals.
What's it? Planet Veritas, who exposes people. He was talking to one of Pfizer's scientists. He was the head of the Pfizer science department or something. And they said they use monkeys. They give the virus to one monkey and wait until he gets sick and put it in another monkey. So they're trying to make serum from it, you know, another vaccines and stuff.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
So, but that's enhancing, okay? There's gain of function. So it hit the news. Mm-hmm. The guy was in public. The scientist was laughing. He looked like he's melanated, part melanated or something. And he was laughing and said, well, you know, don't tell nobody I said this, you know, and all this kind of stuff. So the guy who was over Project Veritas,
mm-hmm.
he was the CEO there. They let him go because he exposed Pfizer. And I guess somebody was getting some funding, and because it's all about the money. But they let him go. They fired him because he presented that to the public openly. And he shouldn't have done that. But Pfizer is, you know, is the one in the Wuhan lab too. Pfizer is even the Grammy Awards were sponsored by Pfizer. All these other things.
That was so disgusting when they was standing their stupid ass up there plugging that. I was like, oh yeah. But I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
CBS is funded by Pfizer. All these places get their money from Pfizer, which is China. Just like that drug of fentanyl, it's China. So one of these things, I mean, Benedict Arnold, they're gonna have to give him an apology because he's a lightweight trader. But if these people are doing what is said to be doing, they say China's not trying to, you know, take over. They're trying to destroy this country. That's what it said about it. So if these people are doing all this stuff for money, man, Benedict Arnold wasn't bad at all. Because there's so many who have traded their loyalty to this country. Then they swear I pledge allegiance to this flag. How many times they put their hand on their heart and said that? But yet they are getting all this money from China.
And you actually think that money coming from China?
I'm with you, Brother Sean.
I'm just saying what they say. I can't add nothing else.
You have to remember, just 10 years ago, China was considered a third world country.
Mm-hmm.
Bankrupt almost.
Now all of a sudden they doing all this,
making all these purchases. Right.
You don't think that they've been propping them up to be the escape? You don't think they using them just like
it's part of the script?
Everybody else.
Right.
For us to keep blaming China like we keep blaming the white man, that's us not taking responsibility.
Right.
How many of our ancestors made it with those Asian peoples when they came across that Bering Strait?
Oop. Oop.
Anyone that want a booty.
How many of them are where they are now because our ancestors participated in fuckery?
Facts.
Oop.
Ain't a motherfucker on this plane got no goddamn authority without our consent.
That's true, because I talked about that Bering Strait a long time ago.
They ain't watching the rest of the world to see what happened. They waiting to see what the motherfuckers here.
Yeah.
do.
Absolutely.
They ain't worried about them in Africa. They ain't worried about the Aborigines over in Australia.
True.
They ain't worried about no darkies nowhere but here.
But over here. That's true. That's true.
Right here in the Americas. Yeah.
That's true.
So we need to quit giving our power away.
That's right.
These motherfuckers can't sell shit that wasn't theirs to sell in the first goddamn place. They can keep putting scapegoats and obstacles in the road all the fuck they want to. If these other motherfuckers don't wake up, they gonna get rolled over just like every other obstacle has been motherfucking rolled over. This a time for motherfuckers to save their goddamn selves. Cause in this war, shit ain't gonna be pretty.
Nope.
Especially if motherfuckers actually wake up and come into their powers, activate those 12 or more strands of DNA, opening up 12 or more dimensional portals.
Game
and
over.
Being able to master and control that shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, we.
Yep. Yep. That's where the real power is. I 1000% agree. Let me go and give you your explosion on that. And and just to, although it don't need anything added to it, again, we have to say what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and also be prepared to take on said responsibility for your people, your nation, your family, yourself. That's how this story needs to end. Starts in your mind, your consciousness with self. Then you know how to master, navigate self. You can master, navigate family. You can master and navigate a nation.
Mm-hmm.
Say that again, Auntie, one more time.
It starts in your mind with your consciousness. If you can master self and know how to navigate self, you can navigate your family, and then you can navigate and lead a nation. If you're not a leader with self, if you're not a leader with your family, you're not going to be a leader with a nation. And being a leader does not mean you just hold the title of leader. You should understand that with any leadership role comes great responsibility. That means you're responsible for the good and the bad. You don't get to sit up and look pretty and reap the benefits and this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, and shit is on fire. Don't work that way. It's a lot of responsibility in that leadership role. Most are not built for it.
Good example.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. And for those people that's still in love with Obama ass.
We're just going in tonight. Still ain't got the dairy of the topic. But go ahead on, shit. Go on, throw his ass up in there too. Shit.
During his tenure is when China received the most favorable nation status, and they started shipping all the factories and everything over there. That's how China allegedly and supposedly started making money. But if those are U.S. corporations, this, that, or the other, and they people are being paid peanuts
Yeah.
to produce the stuff. I mean, who you think majority of the money coming back to? It ain't China. It ain't the CCP party. I mean,
Right. Right.
if you look up these names, they're corporations. I don't care
Absolutely.
which country it is. They're all corporations going back to the same goddamn bosses.
Agreed.
And I digress.
Agreed. Very, very well. And just real quick, damn, y'all, we be trying to get to it. Okay, we're gonna get to it, I promise. Just real quick, China, Nixon opened up, quote, quote, the doors for China. Well, it was the opposite. Nixon built the relationship to open up the doors, that China opened up the doors to do commerce.
They said Bush did it in 1989. The
But,
rest of it,
Okay, and I can feel that if he did the rest of it, but
yeah.
Nixon opened up that door. Now, when I was in I had the privilege of traveling over there, and I so happened in that tour group was with one of the people in the tour group, rather, was an older white couple, and they had visited China in the 70s, and they were saying that it was dirt poor. He said it was no paved roads, no running water, da 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 da. And I was like, wow, I just could not believe that what he was telling me, how China was just back up in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
How it was a dirt poor country. Okay? That's why they had the one child rule in China, because they couldn't feed all of those people. Okay? So, I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
And the Olympics helped them come up too.
That's when I was there. I was there visiting China when they was building that motherfucking bird cage stadium.
Yeah, they basically build a whole goddamn city for
Absolutely.
For the Olympics, and they get to utilize that shit after the Olympics.
Absolutely, because that's how Atlanta got its come up. It got put on the map by the Olympics. But yeah, so that's why I was even more, my mouth dropped, because China, and I'm talking Beijing, the city, it was like New York, y'all. That city never slept. It never slept, y'all. It reminded me of New York. You New Yorkers, you know what I'm talking about. You can always go find you something to eat in New York. You can be out kicking it and partying. And you can walk up out of your kicking it and partying place 6 motherfucking o'clock in the morning. Go grab you something to eat, this, that, and the third. China is the exact same way. Now, I wasn't partying or whatever, but we literally, where did we go? Oh, you know what we did? We went and got a massage. Like at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's literally like New York. It's a city that don't sleep, Beijing. So I was really thrown back where this man was telling me just in the 70s, they literally didn't have running water, didn't have paved streets, none of that. So Brother Sean's point, he's right on the money. This is a planned script, family, via these empires. I told y'all they plan minimum 100 100 years in advance. Now, what I am telling you in the Americas, as the indigenous people of Americas, your ancestors used to do the same. I know that because all you have to do is look at those ancient cultures and you see where they were saying what was going to happen. And the ancestors were so cold with the shit, they could predict out thousands of years in advance. That's how cold they were. That's the level you have to be on when you're talking about building nations. When I talk about emotional intelligence, and shout out to Sis Nonya for bringing that up, how you gonna be calling yourself following somebody or even call yourself leading when you can't even lead folks or have a plan out of the current motherfucking situation? You ain't got nothing new, nothing creative. Most of the folks running around calling themselves leaders are pulling on ideas from the 60s, some old civil rights shit. The others want to bring up shit from the motherfucking 90s. Not impressed. You not impressing me at all, motherfucker. I need that 100-year plan, nigga. You talking to me about a nation? I need a 100-year plan. I need you to tell me how you're going to move from the current situation on up to your said 100-year plan. These things are what separates the 99% from the 1%. That's why I'm not concerned about what the 99% say nor do. Because they don't make shit move. So you, as an individual with emotional intelligence, you're always supposed to look at how people think, how they move, and how they are currently living. Because if you want to talk to me about leadership, nation building, and I'm going to keep it all the way motherfucking funky with you, even in a relationship, nigga, I need to see your plan. And if your shit already fucked up, okay, go on and get yourself together. You focus on that. Because as far as you and me, there ain't no you and me. It need to be you, you, and you. I'm talking about emotional intelligence. I'm talking about 1% shit. When you are a creator, you got your shit together. You are emotionally intelligent. You are a leader. You understand with that leadership, you take the good with the bad. Don't mean you perfect. But a part of leadership is understanding, damn, I fucked that up. And you admit that you fucked something up.
Accountability.
I'm talking emotional intelligence. I'm talking 1% shit.
Emotional intelligence. Write that down.
That's how you separate. Because when you're moving like that, all these other bullshit ass conversations, you ain't got time for that. You don't give a damn about that. They're not even in your league. And that's not being arrogant. That's being factual. They got some more maturing to do. They got some more spiritual journey they have to do. And it's not your responsibility to get them there. They have to get them there. We are failing as melanated people because we have not stepped into our roles from an emotional, intelligent, spiritual perspective. We are operating childlike. But yet we have created situations in this realm on this planet where we have other souls depending on us. And let me tell you something. You gonna ride that motherfucker to the end. You understand me? These souls that you brought in this realm, you gonna ride that shit to the end. Because the realm don't care nothing about you not having your shit together when you make those decisions to bring another soul into the realm that you are responsible for. We're talking emotional intelligence. All right, so let's get through this so we can get to the lecture. All right. So basically, child, they pretty much saying that the hoochie coochie probably done came up out of the Wuhan lab, this, that, and the third. So they want to sit up here and play crazy back and forth. The Chinese government saying you lying through your teeth. Some of the government agencies are saying that that's not possible. And other folks are saying, oh, yeah, it is. Y'all lying. Okay, so I wanted to give you all an update on that, but also to let you know, here's the reason why they're coming out with this. And I told y'all that this before, because this is not the first time we've gone over this. We've had couple articles here and there where they've been hinting at this Wuhan situation. This is their way to give disclosure to try to skirt around universal law. You know that law of what you put out, you gonna get back, and do no harm to others. That's why they call themselves doing that. And I'm here to tell you all, the universe ain't accepting this, okay? Because see, now you trying to manipulate the universe. And the universe ain't buying it. You gonna get that work. You understand me? For everyone that has suffered, for everyone that has lost their physical life in this realm because of this fuckery, you gonna get that work behind that. So this little funky ass half-hazarded disclosure, we don't accept it. I'm telling you, we the people don't accept it, and nor do the universe. You're gonna get that work. You're no different than somebody sitting up here that done wronged you and give you a half-ass, fucked up ass apology. And you look at them like they crazy, like get the fuck out my face. I know you don't mean that, nor do I accept it. So this little half-ass disclosure, that ain't skirting you, baby, from this universal law. And I'm talking from all the way up to the top, all the way down to the down. Everybody that was in on it, you gonna get this motherfucking work. The same harm you put out on the people is coming directly to your doorstep. Gone are the times where you are the frequency where you can manipulate the narrative to get the consciousness of the people to quote, forgive you. We don't forgive you. It's fucking rejected. We don't accept your haphazard apology. And neither does the universe. You gonna get that motherfucking work.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
I don't even think it's an apology. I think it's lightweight leading up to their justification to allegedly and supposedly go to war with China. But considering how weak Biden look right now, they can't play that script.
Yeah, cause we ain't sanctioning that either. They've been trying to get off of war for a while, and the world pretty much told them to go fuck theyself and go on and sit down. We ain't accepting none of it.
It's just more of a
It's a distraction. Absolutely.
And it's leading up to a promise for the 2024 election. We're going to get behind this. We're going to make them pay for this and this, that, or the other. So people rally behind the Republican Party. That's what it's all leading up to.
Right.
And people still want to get caught up in the fuckery.
Yeah, that's on them. Let them get caught up in the fuckery. We're telling you, the ones that know, because we the ones really, to be honest, are the opposition. We not accepting none of it. Fuck you,
but you know
that bullshit you talking, and you gonna get that work. Bottom line. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, but I think, if I'm not mistaken, they do this since 2021.
Absolutely.
They have this information since 2021. This is 2023. So, you know, they a little late in coming with a little investigation. He's had that and held it for this time because it's beneficial to these Democrats for something.
What you mean? They didn't have to investigate it. They know what they set up and sent over there to begin with.
Right,
That makes no sense.
I know.
Right. And I think Brother Shrug said that the what's the face lab is registered here over in the States.
Yeah.
And he has grants. He gave them grants.
Child, if they don't go somewhere with the fuckery, you gonna get the motherfucking work from the universe. Because you do know that people lost their physical life. And I don't give a fuck if they was on their last leg. Let me tell you one motherfucking thing. I don't give a fuck if I was scheduled to die the next day. Bitch, if I died a day before because of your bullshit, you responsible.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
But what we have to remember is that original stuff was of no threat to us. It was that other thing that they forced people into taking. That was the real game.
I agree, and they gonna pay for that too.
But yes and no. People knew it was experimental. They knew it was a chance of something happening. And people begged for it. They rushed for it. Remember, they kept asking. They kept begging for it. Get us a vaccine. Get us this. Get us this. Get us. They demanded it.
But they lied
exactly
of the effectiveness.
Exactly.
They lied.
Exactly. Because you cannot lie in a contract and then sit up and tell me I'm liable. No, go fuck yourself.
No, but originally they said that they didn't know what it was going to do, and that's why they had that indemnification clause where they couldn't be sued for it because it was experimental. If you sit up and take something experimental and they're telling you they don't know what it's going to do and they putting legislation and stuff into place so that they don't get paid, so that they don't get sued if something happened to you. Why would you take that? You let somebody sit up and scare you.
Yeah, because they
into
did. They
doing some
bullied. They
bullshit.
deboed people.
Yeah, they scared
They
them.
definitely
But then
deboed people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you
sis.
take?
What I'm
Did you take
what
it
I'm
to
no,
Sandra?
oh no.
No, she was
Okay,
I've been,
so
against it.
I've been crazier than a loon.
so
I'd
so
have to
if
be
some of
nuts.
so if some of us had enough sense not to
I
take
had
it
sense.
in the age of knowing, why do we keep making up excuses for motherfuckers?
Well,
You choose not to believe in yourself. You sit up and you call yourself God's this, that, or the other, or the fact that you believe in God and anything is possible in His name and all this type of shit. And then
No, I don't believe in that.
you still turn around and trust a
Oh,
motherfucker
they
whose
do.
very existence depends on you being a dumb fuck. And you take it. How is that his fault?
I'm saying he didn't.
Dave said everything.
They said
If you
they
knew
said
that they had a depopulation program, why would you sit up and take something that everything has laid out to you that was going to happen before it even happened? It don't matter
Well,
what
the
the fuck they
Guidestones,
said. They
the
showed you
Church of
everything
Guides.
years beforehand. They put the legislation in place years beforehand. So they told you the truth to fucking begin with. And then you chose to believe a lie because you were scared.
Well,
You can't blame them
I
for
hear.
yeah,
what you did.
I'm gonna give you that one. Universe,
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave that in your hands. I still say spank their ass, but I
Because
understand.
I think so too.
Shit.
what
I'm
we
with you.
but also
But they
what
can
we have
still
to
go
realize.
fuck themselves. But go
Oh,
ahead, Brother
they
John.
will. But what we also have to realize in this holographic realm where your thoughts control
See,
your
even the dog
reality,
agrees. Shit.
where
Dog
you
is
That
fed
dog getting
up.
on my
The
nerves.
dog
You need
is
to go
fed up, but I'm
outside.
sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
where you can create anything, you can create the reality you want, whether it's low vibrational or high vibrational.
Mm-hmm.
We have to understand even the things that we don't give our energy to, as long as people are giving their energy to it, it's a reality.
Mm-hmm. That's true. You right. You right now. I can't dispute you on that now. Shit.
So we have to separate ourselves frequency wise
Agreed.
and in what we're trying to create. And for those that want to be leaders, that means making difficult decisions.
Yes.
That means leaving motherfuckers behind, cutting off heads, doing whatever the fuck need to be done to regulate that motherfucking frequency the way it's supposed to be ran. So if you ain't capable of making decisions like that, you ain't a motherfucking leader. You ain't the chief. You ain't shit but a shit talker.
Now, can you say that for the slow ones in the back? Cause damn, wasn't no lies told.
If you can't make those necessary decisions and do what the fuck need to be done, you just talking shit. You ain't no leader. You ain't no chief. You ain't no god. You ain't none of that shit. No general. You ain't a motherfucking thing. You ain't leading shit. You can't even lead your motherfucking self to the goddamn bathroom and shit properly. How you gonna lead a goddamn nation or something? I mean, it's just excuses not to be who you are. It ain't about acting. They're doing the role playing. We have to be. We don't play no roles. We have to be. If we're this, that, or the other, that's what we have to be. We can't keep talking about shit. If you're God, as I said before, show me. Fly. Let me see you do some shit. Impress the fuck out of me.
Right. Show me. Right, let me go and give you your explosion. So I get my sour ass singing involved.
Let it rip. That's from the soul, though, baby. It's from the
Right.
soul.
Right. Sis Nonya said, give us our MF and ends, beginnings, middles, and all that is ours. Hand it here. That's the demand. Exactly. 100. DJ ZPE says, if you cannot instantly decide for the greater good what must be sacrificed, you are a follower. Come on, y'all, bring it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Come on,
Yes,
come
sir.
on now. If you need to make others feel less than, you are, come on, well, let me go on and say that for the slow ones in the back. Shit. Y'all bringing it. If you cannot instantly decide for the greater good what must be sacrificed, you are a follower. If you need to make others feel less than you, you're a follower. Leaders give, they do not take. Let me give you your MF explosion on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All of that. No lies told. An explosion with Sis Nonya. Yeah. God damn it. I said the beginning, the middle, the end. Even your thoughts up in this motherfucker. If you ain't from here, I regulate those too. You don't like it, get the fuck on. Matter of fact, get the fuck on, period. Anyhow. So very, very, very good. Good talk. Good talk, y'all. All right, we promise we off the auntie and uncle moments. And shit, even the dog put something on it. The dog is fed up and disgusted as well. Shit.
Give me a headache. I'm like,
I don't blame him. He about
it's a
tired
cat
of
or
the
something
foolishness.
outside. It's
Shit.
a cat.
All right.
Yeah.
So, all right. So let me do this. We're going to get into the lecture. Yeah, this is why we've been doing 5 hours lately. But that's okay. That's good. That's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Let me get in presentation mode. Y'all know me in this presentation. I'll be jacking it up. All right. So we went through all of that. Universal laws, karma. And we ain't forgot. We watching y'all funky ass. You know that we know that this the last charade. And I'm telling you, you're being put on notice. You gonna get that work.
They
right?
hear you. They pay attention.
Polarity. We talked about that binary code and how that works. Okay, we've proven that this is a matrix / simulation, just for the pure fact that everything can be broken down to numbers, which numbers can be broken down to binary. Okay, right? We talked about numerology. Okay, and I'm going over these things for you all because all of the four hours we just went over with all of that fuckery, and Brother Sean kept reminding us, it's a script, it's a script, it's a script, it's a script. They're pulling off this shit using the metaphysics sciences of how the realm works. That is why I'm going over this with you all. To prove to you, number one, that it's indeed true. But number two, to show you how they not motherfucking special. That you could do it yourself. And most importantly, they got this shit. This your shit.
Yeah.
This science is your shit. You're just not picking it up, using it.
They don't want you to use it.
Because you have put your faith and trust on something outside of you. And that's why you gonna stay on the losing end until you take ownership and start regulating and mastering yourself to get this shit popping. This is your science. This is your shit.
Act like it.
Women, you birth these universes, these matrices. Ain't a motherfucker on here supposed to be disrespecting you, parent. You understand me? Because if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't be here.
Called biting the hand that feeds you, no?
You're supposed to step into your power.
Facts.
You're supposed to love yourself enough and respect yourself enough to regulate not accepting the fuckery.
Not at all.
You set the standards of how you're to be treated. You birth nations and universes.
God.
This is your shit.
No, man.
Now let's continue. All right, so we went over numerology, all of that. Talked about the chakras. We talked about the master numbers. Exactly. Ain't no levels for the creator you were born with. Bingo, sis Nonya. Absolutely. Okay, we talked about the flower of life. All of that jazz. Okay, so you have to go back to the other episodes to get the details on what we discussed on this. We talked about Kabbalah. We talked about the Baphomet that everybody seems to run away from. We told you exactly what it was. Okay. We talked about the 5 and the 6-pointed star, right? Talked about sacred geometry, how everything is tied to that. Last week, we went into frequencies and vibrations and how you can see these things all the way down to, well, number one, you see the shape of the flowers. You see the sacred geometry symbols. Even snowflakes show sacred geometry, which are frequencies, okay? And even that can be broken down to binary code, okay? All right, so last week we got into the vibration frequency tunes, the wave, and the Tesla's whole concept of the 3, the 6, and the 9, which was really this wave, okay? And people think that he came up with this technology, the wireless technology and pulling energy from the ether or the air and the Tesla coils. I am telling you, that was technology we already had. He just reverse engineered it. Okay, but we'll continue. Right? Last week we talked about alchemy, okay, which is really chemistry based on the transformation of matter. And what I am trying to get you all to enter and understand and start practicing. Because this is the process of creation that we are going over. Is that you create things in the physical, which would be the matter, and the spiritual, meaning your consciousness. Okay? All right. So, last week we started talking about the walking through the walls, all right? And we went over this from the standpoint of a U.S. patent application that's out there. That's the patent number. You can go and look it up yourself. And I pulled, this is the diagram out of that patent. And in this patent, they're talking about hyperspace energy, receiving it from our dimension, through the vortices, which are really, they're talking about the chakras. Okay, all this stuff that people were saying that was bullshit, this, that, and the third. But here, they're giving you the same esoteric stuff in patterns. Okay? And they even admitted in this that this arrangement allows for the development of 7 modular energy components corresponding to the mind, spiritual eye, voice, body, abdomen, plasma energy ball, which is battery, and ground connection. Okay. All right. So let's get to the good. All right. This came out of, did I get this out? Yeah, this out of that same patent document. Okay. Because I pulled a couple things. So I'm just trying to stay. Walking through walls. Okay, now we went over this stuff, was it 2 years ago? We literally walked through this patent page.
Left, right.
By page, okay? But it still wasn't hitting the way I needed it to hit because I read by frequency. And I knew we were getting it on the surface, but I knew I was going to have to circle back around to tie it all together. So here we go. Research, now just a reminder, this is coming out of this patent. Okay, so you can pause this screen, go look up this patent yourself. You can pull the same paperwork I pulled it did.
Screenshot.
Right, pause the video, this, that, and the third. Researching the historical records referring to the state in Figure 3, a humble, Black, Catholic, Dominican farer of the Santa Rosario convent by the name of San Martin de Perez, living in Peru in the 1500s, also developed this ability to walk through doors.
1492. Yeah.
I'm like, damn, that was a lot. Okay, because I thought everybody was, African slaves in the 1500s. Okay, so that lets you know right there that was bullshit. We know it's bullshit over here, but let's continue. For his beautification, many witnesses came forward to recount his extraordinary abilities. For example, a witness who worked in the convent went to the cell of San Martin to ask for something to eat. When he reached the cell, he saw San Martin leaving with some medication, apparently to heal someone sick. The witness waited by the open door of the cell for his return. After having waited a while without being distracted by anything else, he saw where the brother Martin came out from his cell from the inside and called him by name. The witness was terrified, not understanding how this was possible. So in other words, old boy was locked up, okay? He was supposed to be in his cell, this, that, and the third. Old boy walked by the cell. He wasn't there. So he sat there like, okay, well, let me wait for them to bring blood on back to the cell. And next thing he know, he shows up in the cell. He ain't saw nobody open no cell door to put him back in there, the guard to bring him back, this, that, and the third. So he like, well, where the hell did he come from? Okay. Walking through walls. Referring to figure 2, each vortex feeds energy into its own hyperspace module shown by the lettered box. In terms of quantum mechanics, okay, so shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair. He always says when you hear the term quantum mechanics, they're really talking about what we call metaphysics, right? So in terms of quantum mechanics, each box is actually a potential energy well in which each module develops separately at the time of death of the body. These modules are joined together as a single energy being. This process is powered by the plasma energy ball battery, which also contains the logical instruction for assembly. Okay. So again, this is just coming up out of the patent, and this diagram, which is on my right with all of these alphabetic letters, all of that, they're really showing the frequency energy points. Okay. So what they're really saying, to keep it just generic for you all, they're saying how you are spinning your energy centers in your body, which are really your chakras. What frequency are you spinning these at? Okay. Remember when I told y'all, because remember this A on here represents your crown chakra, right? And remember when I told y'all when y'all astro travel, when we all astro travel, because you all do it, we all do it. Just had this conversation literally last week with somebody. They text me, and they text the group, the group text, and they were like, I was dreaming, and I was floating. And I was like at the top of the ceiling. And all of a sudden I heard somebody say, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And it scared me. What do that mean? And they were like, and I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. I couldn't wake up. And so, a couple people in our little group, some of them are, religious, really into the Bible. So they were given, that's the Lord trying to tell you XYZ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I let them get that off. And I told the person, said you were astro traveling. Said, I need you to look up astro travel. I need you, what you were experiencing, the reason why you couldn't get up, it's called sleep paralysis. And you were sleep paralysis, you couldn't get up because your astral body, meaning your astral body, had not made it back to your physical body. I said, and the reason why you got scared, because your consciousness, because your subconsciousness astral travels naturally. How you know that you're astral traveling is when you're dreaming in color, you're dreaming vividly. It's like you can smell stuff. It's so real to you, you're astral traveling. Okay? When you're astral traveling, if you become aware of it, that means your consciousness is also aware of it. And if you're not used to that, especially when you initially become aware of it, because we all done it, you panic. Especially when you get that floating, because when you aware of astral travel, when you first become aware of it, floating is the first sign. You literally feel your astral spiritual body floating. You can literally control how you're floating. Okay? And what's really gonna scare the shit out of you, if you look back and see your motherfucking physical body laying in that fucking bed, then that's when you panic. And you're gonna try to wake up. You're gonna try to wake up and you can't. You literally gonna be like pushing and you can't wake up. That's where the sleep paralysis come in, because your spiritual body has not connected with the physical body. Okay? And that's why when you have those experiences, you always wake up, because it's a jolt. That spiritual body is going to slam back into the physical body, and you're going to jolt and you're going to wake up. Okay? So I pretty much told her to look those things up. Matter of fact, I need to follow back up with her.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Another sign of astral traveling is when you had that dream about peeing.
Child, I hate that piss dream. Don't you? Because you'll be swearing you finna pee up in that bed. I hate the pee dream. Yes.
If you don't get your ass up, if you don't get your ass up, it's over.
Child, I can't stand that motherfucking pee dream. And now, I mean, when you know what it is, you'll be like, okay, come on. Okay, wrap up what the fuck you doing there. Go on and get back in this body and get your ass up and go pee. That's an excellent point.
I used to get in trouble about them dreams when I was a kid.
About them pee dreams?
Yeah, because I didn't realize I was dreaming about going places. I knew I bet
you that's why a lot of people, you remember when people were little and they would be pissing in the bed? I bet you that's what it was.
Because I was dreaming I was walking to...
Dreaming that you sitting on the toilet and everything, and you didn't piss out that damn bed.
I used to have all kinds of vivid dreams of going all over the
place. Pissy as a snake, as the grandma and them used to say.
You don't understand it.
Yeah. That's a good one, Brother Sean. I forgot that pee dream. Woo, baby, that'd be a miserable feeling. Like, oh, I better get up. And you'd be like, wait a minute. I know goddamn well I ain't sitting on no toilet. I'm asleep. Let me go and wake the hell up and run to this bathroom. Damn, that was a good one, Brother Sean. All right, so what they're describing in that diagram that they're showing you in this pattern is pretty much these energy centers, okay, spinning a certain frequency way in order to change your physical body to match the frequency, and it ain't matching it. Whatever frequency you need to walk through walls. Because remember, really, everything is 99% air or something like that. Everything in existence. So that's all that they're telling you. I'm sorry, what you say, nephew?
The physics behind that thought that you're saying is that if you go down to the molecule level, the space between the atom and the nucleus is very large. So there's really nothing in between those two atoms. So there's really nothing in between, like nothing solidified. What we think is solid is not really solid.
Yes.
So as long as you're able to maneuver the molecules in such a way, you're actually going through space. But it's the molecules are arranged in a certain way. And as you're saying, once you get your structure, your tempo to be harmoniously playing a tune, as you said, we're all a song, but you have to get it into a certain frequency, into a certain harmonious song, and then that will just phase yourself through what you call matter.
Indeed.
What you call matter, which is not really physical.
Exactly. Okay.
It's actually a matter of speeding up the body's molecules because that's how Flash is able to go through solid objects and move them at the speed of
Ah,
light.
Yes, and he's correct, because remember, we're in a low density 3D
exactly.
construction. So it's really
Exactly.
about elevating your
The shit is
frequencies
slowed
to
down.
smooth it
Yes.
out. Right.
Okay. So very good. All right. So that's how Blood was able to do that. So they're just plotting what the hell we done just said upon this little diagram. All right. Okay. Now I just want y'all to peep game. 1500s, according to this particular myth, this quote, quote, melanated black man was walking through walls in Peru. Okay. So I don't know if he was indigenous to Peru or if he was, quote, quote, a black European. If this is really true and he was walking through walls, I'm going to go with somebody got some rambling going on. Please go on mute. If this is really true, I'm going to go with he was indigenous and this particular type of thing that he was doing was probably he was brought up in a family or whatever, or some type of order that was teaching him how to do those things. Okay. Yes, nephew.
Well, remember in 1492 is when they talk about Christopher Columbus coming. So
Yeah.
I would say he more was an indigenous Peruvian in the area, and he only converted recently to Christianity as a which quote unquote
I would
such.
agree. That's what I think it was. Yeah, I was just trying to give the benefit of the little doubt. But yeah, that's what I think it was. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. All right. So now this the part that blew me. Now remember, y'all, this is coming out of their patent. All of these diagrams, with the exception of what I put down here, I added this with Metatron's cube and all of that. But all of these figures and all of that, that's coming out of this patent. All right. So this is getting on the tetrahedron, which I'm like, get the hell out of here. Now, remember, we went over this patent word by word, but even when I brought it back up to pull out certain points, I'm like, oh, hell no, this shit is right in our face. Okay. So the tetrahedron diagram showing the inverted tetrahedron whose crossing represents the merging of two worlds between space and hyperspace. Tetrahedron diagram showing that the proton wavelength is determined by the Planck mass tangent to the inverted tetrahedron. So basically, y'all, the inverted triangles is here. Okay, so I'm going to show you the diagram on the right. Is my cursor? Damn, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor on the screen. Okay, so I'm going to have to talk y'all through it so you can see the triangles, the inverted triangles. So where it says B, C, D, E, and H, that's inside an upside down triangle. Okay. Where you see G, no pun intended, that's another triangle. Okay. As you can see down here, I pulled, just to remind the fam, what these down here where it has Metatron's cube, the tetrahedron is what? The Star of David. All of these particular ones are, you can see, standing within the flower of life. Okay, and the tetrahedron also represents the Star of David. So I about fell over when they had in here the tetrahedron in this diagram, because I understand that the tetrahedron is sacred geometry. Okay?
Fact.
Yes, sis Nonya, that's very good. She says cynetics. Tetrahedron diagram showing that the mass of the universe, and you just said this, nephew, determines the electrons and proton elementary particles. You just said that's how blood was able to walk through the walls. It was based on the electrons and protons. Okay.
Facts.
So I'm just going to read that again. Tetrahedron diagram showing that the mass of the universe determines the electron and proton elementary particles. Tetrahedron diagram showing that the momentum walking together with the increased energy of the hyperspace energy being is tangent to the mass of the universe. Okay, so he's taking into account how to navigate in the flower of life, how to tune his particular, let me go back up, his particular vessel, his particular Merkaba, in order to walk through the walls. Okay, so just to remind you, just real quick, bear with me. I'm not trying to make y'all dizzy. I just want to remind y'all, okay? Remember, we talked about the flower of life, everything in the universe. This is the code. This is the matrix, okay? This is the true science, all right? So you should be able to see from this flower of life the sacred geometries. So they're using this principle to crack the code on how this particular priest in the 1500s was able to walk through walls. Okay. All right.
Geometry.
Okay, so we did that. Okay. How much time we got? All right, 11:40. Okay, we did that one. Now, I know y'all didn't think TT had forgot about this study of consciousness. Okay? Because remember, all that we're discussing, in order to create, you have to do it from your consciousness. It starts with your consciousness. Okay? This is something else. We went over this entire study conducted by the U.S. Department of U.S. Army. Okay? And the CIA released it decades later. It's called the Gateway Process. You can go pull this document yourself. And matter of fact, I highly encourage you to pull the document yourself and read through it. Okay? Holograms. Holograms. Energy creates, stores, and retrieves meaning in the universe by projecting or expanding at certain frequencies in a three-dimensional mode that creates a living pattern called a hologram. The concept of the hologram can be most easily understood by using an example cited by Bentoff in which he asked the reader. I talk about this all the time. I always bring this up when I talk about how we know creating things from your consciousness is real. I always bring up this example because they proved it. They studied it. They did studies on it with different participants. That's what this whole gateway process was about. Okay? So, Bentoff, in which he asked the reader to visualize a bowl full of water in which 3 pebbles are dropped. As the ripples created by the simultaneously entry of the 3 pebbles radiate outwards towards the rim of the bowl, Bentoff further asked the reader to visualize that the surface of the water is suddenly flash frozen so that the ripple patterns is preserved instantly. The ice is removed, leaving the 3 pebbles still laying at the bottom of the bowl. Then the ice is exposed to a powerful, coherent source of light, such as a laser. The results will be a 3-dimensional model or representation of the position of the 3 pebbles suspended in midair. So I'm going to stop because I want y'all to understand what they're saying. They didn't actually have a bowl of water there and gave the participant 3 pebbles and said, drop that motherfucker in there. And we finna record how the waves from those pebbles in the water happen. They told them to do it by thought. So imagine you're sitting there with somebody, and I'm, assuming it's almost like a psychologist. You know how they have people on the couch, or psychiatrists have them on the couch telling they motherfucking business, this, that, and the third. And they're walking them through what they want them to concentrate on. That's what they're having them do. So the participant, with their consciousness, they're setting up this scenario that they're asking them to do. And they put a laser in the air. And the laser showed the hologram of what the person was thinking. So that is proof that you create your reality with your consciousness. But let's keep going.
That proves.
Holograms. I'm sorry, go ahead, nephew.
No, that just proves that water also collects memory. As you said, it was in
Boom.
the water, they flash froze. But as you said, it was the memory when they were able to put that laser on it, it was that thought. So we're 70% water, and if you're projecting that energy out, imagine how that's affecting you and others around you. Because if I flash froze you today, what would I see through that laser?
Boom. That's why your thoughts create reality. Holograms are capable of encoding so much detail that, for example, it is possible to take a holographic projection of a glass of swamp water and view it under magnification to see small organisms not visible to the naked eye when the glass of water itself is examined. The whole concept of holography, despite its scientific implications has only been known to the physicists since the underlying mathematical principles were worked out by Dennis Gabar in 1947. He later won a Nobel Prize for his work. So 1947, they knew about creating a reality with your consciousness / your thoughts.
Well, they documented it.
They documented it, yes. All right, so below, I just pulled this picture out of the Alphabet Boys study on, they're showing how your consciousness has an energy field, energy grid, and they even broke it down. Left hemisphere consciousness grid acts like the mind's computer software. Remember? See, they know this shit, y'all. They know it. Acts like the mind's computer software to reduce input from the right hemisphere to verbal symbols and concepts. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis. What were you about to
I
say?
believe that's the institutes like the Tavistock Institute in the mind control stuff they used to do. And they were doing it on remote viewing, controlling minds and trying to see if people can do that. They had some of those military, they had some of their children in classes to teach them how to mind, remote view and mind control and all that kind of stuff. So when we had some of these mass shootings, like Colorado, I think he was a military scientist's son, that guy that did the Colorado shooting in the theater, because he had been through one of them training
programs. Yeah. Yeah, that's very well possible. So that's the left hemisphere. Right hemisphere consciousness grid reduces 3-dimensional hologram images to 2 dimensions. Go, no go. Okay, so I'm just gonna right quick go back up, because y'all see the energy, the consciousness energy grid, because I want y'all to put it into perspective. So we're basically talking the chakras, your third eye, right? And your what? Crown chakra.
Yeah.
Okay. Remember the gateway. When you get to your crown, when you get to your third eye, you're at the higher, you have access to the higher frequencies, okay? All right. And definitely your A, which was represented as A in this diagram, which is really your crown chakra, which is really, by the way, where your astral spiritual body exits from your crown chakra, hence your soft spot. Shout out to Bobby Hemmett for that. But nonetheless, your crown chakra is definitely your gateway to other dimensions. That's why you're able to go to other dimensions via your spiritual astral body. Yes, sir.
I find it interesting, the definition of a human being on here, as opposed to in the regular dictionary.
Where do you see the definition at?
Right there, where it say background of the invention.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, a hyper is a what?
Hyperspace energy being living in a physical container or body that is comprised of 67% water. But don't in the dictionary or whatever it say that a human being is a monster or whatever?
Yeah, and a mammal, ain't it? Child links to some other bullshit, ain't shit. Mammals and right. But yet here, it tells you what the real is.
Mm-hmm.
It's hyperspace energy. That's just in a physical container. Okay? But what's controlling that physical container is the hyperspace energy. So when blood was walking through walls, sorry, I don't mean to make y'all dizzy, but I got to go back to this so y'all can get the visual. He was operating his Merkaba. Okay? He's operating his Merkaba. Okay? And remember, I told y'all, I don't give a damn if you don't remember nothing out of any one of these lectures we gonna do. I want you to remember this. Is it not written in your law, I said ye are gods? What is the saying? Ain't we up in this patent? The patent that we just left was talking about sacred geometry. Okay? Damn, where was that other ones I had? Sorry, y'all, I don't mean to make you dizzy. Oh, man, I probably then went past. I was trying to find a Masonic one with that compass. I thought I had it up in here. Okay? But nonetheless, this is good enough right here. Same difference, fam. This is this is your shit. This is your shit. This is the study of you. This is what the ancestors knew.
Super hyperdimensional being.
That's why the Masons in that compass, with their sign, they have the compass and then that G inside of it. They're talking about the God body. You. You're Merkaba. Okay? All right. Sorry, I don't mean to make y'all busy jumping back and forth. Okay? All right. So let's get back to this, all right? So now we should understand your conscious energy grid, all right?
And Auntie,
yes, sir.
I just wanted to point out, when you said you're going back and forth, what people need to understand, that back is what you consider the occult. So they took this information, made it spooky, and then give you the visual image instead of the breakdown that we're giving you right now in detail. It's the same energy, the same understanding, but they made it spookism for the initiates not to really know what they're looking at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well said, nephew. The purest kind of light available to us is that produced by a laser, which sends out a beam in which all the waves are of one frequency, like those made by an ideal pebble in a perfect pond. When two laser beams touch, they produce an interference pattern of light and dark ripples that can be recorded on a photographic plate. And if one of those beams, instead of coming directly from the laser, is reflected first off an object such as a human face, the resulting pattern will be very complex indeed, but it can still be recorded. The record will be a hologram of the face. Okay, so they just pretty much backing up how they can do holographic capture holograms. Okay, so they just use that as an example of they know how to capture the frequency waves and project what's pretty much in the ethers, what's really in the ethers, which will show up in that hologram. All right. The part encodes the whole. Of further importance is the fact that even if we drop our frozen hologram, this is the part I always talk about. Even if we drop our frozen hologram of the ripple pattern on the floor and broke it into a number of pieces, each individual piece would recreate the entire holographic image all by itself.
Fractal. Yeah, that was big.
The smaller the pieces, the fuzzier and more distorted would be the resulting holographic projection, but the fact remains that a whole projection would nonetheless be made. So I want y'all to understand this. Let me break this down for you. This is what this means to you. Number one, it has been proven that your thoughts create your reality. That your thoughts turn things into physical matter. Okay? They proved with this process that they can take your thoughts and show how your thoughts form into an actual hologram. So they've just proven the process of creation. They also are telling y'all how you stop your creation process. When you don't focus on it all the way through. You drop it, because what they did, they had the participants create, and then they shined that laser and they saw what they asked the participant to create. They saw the holographic image. Then they took some participants that walked them through the same process, talking them through with their mind this image of the pebble in the pond. And when they got to that point, they interrupted them purposely because they wanted to stop the process of the consciousness of creating. And that's what they're telling you here on this part, that the hologram dropped to the floor. Now, this how cold consciousness is, and I mean cold in a good way. That even in the process of being interrupted in your creation, that creation shattered in pieces, but when they zoomed in on those pieces, it was each little piece represented the same creation that you were trying to make. So the smaller the pieces, the fuzzier and more distorted would be the resultant holographic projection. But the fact remains that a whole projection would nonetheless be made. The key to creating any hologram is that energy in motion must interact with energy in a state of rest, non-motion.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Let me put that to you another way.
Sure thing.
It breaking down and still being the whole. Aren't they always telling us we're a part of the divine source having an individual experience?
Mm-hmm.
So if that's the case, that's basically telling you right there that you're the creator. You're just a smaller version.
Oh, can you say that again for the slow ones in the back?
It's telling you that you're the creator. You're just a smaller version, because they say each piece is still the whole.
Yep. Damn, that's a good point. That's bars on that. You got that shit. So I hope y'all getting what we're saying when we say that this shit will be changed in the blink of an eye.
You know,
if everybody consciousness focused on the same thing at the same time, that's a motherfucking wrap.
Since this, they've at Harvard University, not too long ago, I don't know if I brought this up before, that they found out that fat cells communicate with each other.
Damn you fat cells, but go ahead, sis.
So if your fat cells can, tell them to increase, decrease, don't, break that down, take, they're
Right.
communicating. I mean, that's just your cells. Then your mind is this here that can create way past what the little fat cells can do. Because
Indeed.
your mind is able to think a thought and you can visualize it.
Indeed. That's pretty cold, yeah. Now I'm looking at this in a different light. Yeah, they're proving that you are a creator. So what are they saying here? In the foregoing example, the pebbles represent energy and motion, while the water, before it's agitated by the pebbles, represent energy at a state of rest. To activate, or in effect, to perceive the meaning of a holograph, energy, in this case, a coherent light source, such as a laser beam, must be passed through the interference pattern generated by interaction between the moving energy and the energy at rest. In the simple example given by Bentoff, this requirement was fulfilled by holding the frozen interference pattern in front of the coherent light to project the three-dimensional hologram image, its meaning, into space. As Marilyn Ferguson tells us, another feature of a hologram is its efficiency. Billions of bits of information can be stored in a tiny space. The pattern of the holographic photograph is stored everywhere on the plate. Okay, so soon as they said billions of bits of information can be stored in a tiny space, I said, God damn it. Again, they're still admitting that this whole entire realm is a fucking hologram. It's a simulation. Okay? All right. So we're going to stop here. We're going to pick back up next week.
One thing
Yes, nephew.
I just say one thing they picked up too is that your thoughts bring forth real matter, because before there was nothing, you thought about it, they froze it, and then they had something physically real to be subject, something to bring into subject. So it's really your thoughts is really bringing this realm to matter into a coherent form.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I had to bring this back out to all of the other basics that we went over in the other 7 shows. I had to bring these 2 back out to give you practical applications that this shit is real. They know it's real. They have patents on some of it. And I don't think that patent was approved, but, whatever the case may be. And then in this one, we talking to Alphabet Boys doing their own study. They know that it's real. They understand what this universe is. They understand how it came into existence. They are admitting that it is a simulation. What we are telling you, that all of the things that we have been talking about in the past 7 shows, breaking down just kind of the basics of metaphysics, it's your shit. It's the true science. It's the ancient science of what the ancestors used. And it's what you're supposed to be using. You're supposed to be programming the hologram. You're supposed to be doing it. Okay? When folks be talking about meditating, when I keep telling y'all, create the world you want to live in. When I keep telling y'all, it starts in your mind. In order to do something, it starts in your mind first. Here's the science behind what I've been saying. All right, so this is a good place to stop. We'll pick back up next week. We're going to go with last words. Nephew, you have any last words for the family?
Realistically, just keep practicing what you're doing. They're showing us in our face that it's really us, the creators, that they're trying to affect the most. And the more that they can get us, the creators, to manifest their frequency, the more that they have an existence in this world, in this realm. Because if we can focus our mind collectively in a positive or in a better realm, one, they're going to come disrupt it, as they just showed you. So realistically, we have to be persistent in keeping that, let's say, high vibration thought wave going, because they're going to pick us off one by one. They're going to try to distract us however they can. They're going to censor us as much as possible. But as long as we can collectively do the spiritual work we need to do to raise our personal frequency, we don't need to act collectively like in a what you would call a group form. If we collectively did what we were supposed to do on the inside, that would be the groupness that we would all be on one. We all collectively be focused on each other, and that would be the groupness that we would need to make the difference. Because once the frequency changes, water is going to hold that memory, and again, we want them to flash freeze it in a positive perspective. So thank you again, MT, for bringing forth this information. We love you, and we'll see you all next week.
Okay, love you too, nephew. Very, very good. And thank you for bringing up that water memory. Now it also makes sense. I know people like you, ultra super duper athletes that talk about muscle memory. Now that shit makes sense to me also now. So right. Thank you for bringing that up as well. The water. Yeah.
And yeah, that's also why they want to. That's also why they want to not filter. They want to make your water unusable, natural water, because again, it's going to be processed water. They're going to want to feed you.
Right, but how do you override that? This is a Jeopardy moment.
Learn to filter your water.
Huh?
Learn to filter your own water accordingly. I don't know.
What's another way you can do it? No.
I use crystals.
Okay, that's a way to do it. What's another way?
Meditation.
Mm-hmm. Meditation how?
Have the water and be having positive, loving thoughts towards the water before you drink it.
And what are you essentially doing to that water?
Changing the frequency.
Exactly.
You're changing the frequency of its original form.
Exactly. Aren't you programming that water?
That's a fact.
Exactly.
You forget how powerful your thoughts are.
Exactly.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying with that?
It's really within us.
It literally, I mean, truly and really is. Exactly. That's why I keep telling you, ain't shit that they can do to you on here that you can't overcome. That was an excellent example. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
It's been wonderful as usual. I'm trying to read all the comments, enjoy the comments, and I know YouTube, if they could make comments too, but YouTube, I don't think can do it, but on the chat room, they can. And it's good science here. A lot of people have good science information, and they're PhD students. No, they're PhD teachers. So they do really well in chat, and I appreciate
Oh
them.
yeah, they're definitely we like PhDs over here. Shit, we ain't got time to be fucking around with high school stuff. I told y'all it's grad school and PhD. So yeah, the chat be on it. So
Yeah, and so I'm gonna say good night and wish everybody a up weekend. And with all these things that they're gonna try to do, we got to keep our frequency up so we can fight it. Because all these truths that we've been charged with being conspiracy is coming out, because you can't hide truth. And so you'll hear more, but they'll keep trying to spin it.
right,
But you know the truth.
right,
You know the truth.
indeed, sis. Thank you so much, sis.
Love you, Sandra.
You're welcome. I
And-
love your teaching. You
Yeah,
got your.
and shout
It's
out
good
to
to be
the
a
dog
nerd,
for
isn't it?
putting some. Yeah, shit.
Yeah, right.
That dog and me gonna
Feels
fight.
nice.
I've been waiting for years to get my nerd on. God damn it. It's my time.
Everything felt so good.
You're doing good.
Yeah, the dog been putting something on it all night.
I wish she shut up.
You're like, I'm sick of you. Shut up. Shit. So thanks, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, and that about thoughts creating your reality. You have to take account of all that. Your thoughts are everything.
Yeah,
Even the thoughts that you have now that are destructive.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be anything mystical or too deep. You can start controlling your thoughts with your bad habits that you claim you want to break.
Indeed.
If you want to stop smoking and drinking is a trigger, think about it before you take that drink.
Yeah.
Stop yourself before you take that drink if drinking is really your trigger
Right.
to smoking, or whatever is your trigger for something.
Right.
Try one moment at a time to be able to stop and control yourself and stop yourself from being triggered. It begins with your thoughts, and then you have to follow that with action. If you start doing that with your physical self and changing that aspect of your reality, you'll see that you can do that exact same thing on a bigger scale.
Indeed.
As far as for stop believing what someone tells you who and what you are, how you should be. Do it. Let it become who and what you are.
Mm-hmm.
Not just a title, your very actions, the very frequencies in which you exist in, the frequencies and the realities in which you create by being that, and every phase of it, from thought to physical manifestation.
Yep.
Love y'all, family. Wholeness and power.
Yeah, wholeness and power to you, brother.
Thank you, Brother Sean. Okay, so I definitely want to thank my co-host. So thank you, nephew. Glad you was able to join us tonight and chop it up and put great information on it. So thanks to Sandra. Glad you was able to join us. chop it up, put great information on it, and laugh it up. Because we was up here clowning earlier.
I decided to not do the auntie tonight. I'm gonna listen.
Yeah, you was in the cut tonight. I'm like, okay, sis don't want to participate. But I mean, in your defense, I knew you wasn't gonna participate. Who brought up that was Brother Sean with them skinny jeans.
Brother Sean.
And I was kind of wrong about the balls comment. But I mean, in my defense, I wasn't inaccurate in that comment. But yeah, I know you wasn't gonna do the anti stuff tonight, but that's okay. We'll be back on the next week. You'll get your chance. So thanks, sis.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Sean, Brother New Way.
Thanks, Brother Sean. Thanks so much for bringing in your wisdom. We went up the block, round the road. Child, we done went over a lot tonight. So thank you. Thank you to the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm just saying thank you. You make it all possible, sis. I'm just riding with you. I'm just glad you let me hang with you.
Yeah, I hear you. And shout out to the YouTube family chat. Y'all up in here, getting your PhD on. Hopefully people, when they listen back to this, they're looking at the comments, because I know I'm missing a lot of stuff, but the stuff I do see, y'all be on it. So shout out to the YouTube chat family. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to the YouTube family watching us. We appreciate y'all too. We give you a hand clap.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
I do have to say, there's some powerful energy in that chat. Until some of them wake up and realize just how powerful they are. It's been, I can feel it. But
yeah, that's why. Exactly. That's why I like the audience we have now. I'll put it this way, and I know you know where I'm going with this, Brother Sean. We read energy very well. So I understand the type of audience I need. So some stuff had to be shaken up. And I'm glad it was shook up, because if you're not meant to be here, you're not meant to be here. I'm not here to create content to go viral, to get a mass amount of audience. I knew when I started this journey that I was always going to have a smaller audience. Okay. That's why I stand firm in the shit that I do, because I know what my purpose is. And, if you're not resonating with this information, I'm okay with that. If you don't like me getting up here, MFing and SBing every week, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6, I'm okay with that. If you don't like my delivery, I'm okay with that. Because this is not for you. I'm purposely doing what I'm doing to bring in matched frequencies for a purpose. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
I even go this far. I know some of you motherfuckers from previous lives. Even some of you that don't come in the chat.
Ooh.
But I see some of your ceremony coming up. I already know it.
Wow.
Brother Sean, you know that's too much right now. We're going to get there.
I already know. Your time coming sooner than you think, too.
You don't need to go there. We getting there.
I'm right down the road from you, so.
Yeah. So
No telling when I'm gonna pop up down there.
yeah. So thank you, YouTube family, that's going to be watching the replay and all that jazz, okay? I hope you all get some value out of this series. The purpose of this series is for awareness, to definitely give you the true science behind what we've been talking about, with create the world you want to live in. That's literally and figuratively what it is. Okay? You have the power. You have to do it. You have to step into your oneness to make it happen. Okay? So with that said, fam, we love you all very much. We will be back next week. We'll pick up where we left off. We'll get next week more into the Alphabet Boys study, and then I think we may have time to still go into the next step, where I want to go. Okay, and shout out to Brother Odell. I forgot to. Let me give him his hand clap. Okay, hope all is well with you, brother. Okay, so just want to let you know that we're thinking about you and love you as well. Okay. Everybody. So with that said, family, we finna rock on out of here. Child, what is it? Yeah, 12:23. And then I'm tired because I'm starting to scratch. So that's my sign when I'm sleepy, when I get to scratching. So with that said, family, we're going to rock out with some closeout music. We are Truth Uncompromised, family. Thank you all very much. Love you. Peace and love, fam.